Chapter 76. On the occasion of dinner. As usual, sumptuous meals were placed on the villa table. Under the care of the Mercury maid, Shina Mashiro, Yukinashita Yukino and Yukinashita Harano came to the table together. Yukinashita Yukino and Yukinashita Harano looked at each other. This was the first time that the two of them had dinner at a strange man's house at the same time, and there were other girls there. For the two people who were both relatively arrogant, they naturally did not give any explanation for their decision, and they quickly picked a place to sit down. However, Shina Mashiro looked indifferent to this. She focused on the food on the table and turned to look at Yuan sitting next to her. While those light red eyes stared, Shina Mashiro tilted her head cutely, her long golden hair falling down. Yuan, can you eat it? Yuan stretched out his hand, rubbed the girl's head and smiled. You eat first. After he finished speaking, he looked at Yukino and Yangno. This is Mashiro Shina, a world-class talented painter who is currently one of my lovers. He is also a preparatory member of the magic family. Yuan sat on the chair, chuckled lightly, and explained to the two of them. He didn't hide anything. After all, as long as Yukino and Yangno have that purpose, they will know about it sooner or later, so it is better to explain the situation from the beginning. This will give the two of them time to mentally accept it. However, even if he is a beautiful girl, Yuan cannot take the initiative to do anything for them. 653 Except for the magic props that protect their safety, they need to rely on their own performance to win everything else. Hear this. Yukino and Harano both focused their attention on Shina Mashiro. Their eyes were looking at Shina Mashiro, and they were thinking secretly in their hearts. In Yukino's opinion, if it comes to pure beauty, she will never lose to this Shina Mashiro. But the other party has a rare painting talent in the world. Obviously she couldn't reach it. If my sister wants to take the lead, what will she do? For a moment, Yukinashita Yukino fell into deep thought, thinking about what she would do if it were her sister. Mr. Yuan, what is the magic family? Yang now suddenly asked. She captured this keyword keenly. Magic family, she had never heard of this term before. Although we know the existence of magicians and magic powers, what is this magic world? The corners of Yuan's mouth turned up slightly when he heard this. This was exactly the question he wanted to hear. Before introducing the magic family, there is something I must explain to you two, even though I gave you some popular science about the power and breadth of the spell before. But I'm not one of those spellcasters, you could call me a magician. Magicians are more powerful beings than spellcasters. Whether in terms of diversity or strength, they are superior to most spellcasters. Hearing Yuan's sudden speech, Yukino and Yangno were stunned for a moment, but when they reacted, they looked shocked. A supernatural being different from a magician. They originally thought that Yuan was a powerful magician in the world of magic, but now it seems that the secret is deeper than they expected. Yuan just sat in his seat and introduced in a calm tone. Those who study magic and use magic are called magicians. Similar to the spells a magician acquires, the biggest difference between a magician and an ordinary person is the presence or absence of a magic circuit. However, even ordinary people, there are a few people who are born with magic circuits, or people who have received the blessing of the secret with the qualification to reproduce the secret. As he spoke, magic power gathered in his palms to create a virtual projection, which appeared in front of the two girls. Yukinashita Yukino and Yukinashita Harano looked attentively. Look at those projections carefully. Yuan continued. In today's world, magic power is very rare, and ordinary people cannot create magic circuits at all. Unless you rely on my elixir. But I can't give the elixir for free, so I have to join the magic family. Generally speaking, if the father is an excellent magician, the children born during his peak period must be more suitable for learning magic than himself. In this way, one generation becomes stronger than the other, which means that the magic family with a longer history has better magic skills. The more profound it is. Similarly, if I want to create a family, then I must be a magician. Yuan chuckled and said. In fact, the concept of a magic family was not made up by him. Because bloodline also has an impact on learning magic, and Yuan's bloodline is now even more powerful after being transformed by Dragon Heart. And after hearing this statement, Yukino and Yangno both had a clear understanding in their hearts. Now they finally understood why the Sagong family supported the Pengxing sect so vigorously. Because the existence of Yuan is much more important than the so-called magician. Okay, I've said everything that needs to be said. Yuan picked up the chopsticks and reminded the two of them with a smile. Let's eat first, otherwise the food will get cold. Yes, I understand. Suano and Yang No reacted and nodded in agreement. Soon. A sumptuous meal was finished by a few people. Sheena Mashiro stretched out contentedly, and her white belly hidden by her pajamas was exposed. Then he got up and walked towards the bedroom on the second floor. Yukinashita Yukino and Harano also retreated to their rooms. They need to take this time to digest what the young man said and make an appropriate decision. And after a few people left, Yuan sat quietly and analyzed the progress of the current plan. If you want to fill the world with magic and return the Age of Gods, you must prepare the Holy Grail and Tianyuan Barrier. The magicians of this era are still too weak after all. If we can return to the mystery of the Age of Gods, then the power of magicians will be raised to a new level, and the noble phantasms of the Age of Gods that I have mastered will also show abilities consistent with their legendary deeds. That's right. Yuan's ultimate goal is to initiate the return of the gods. You must know that the gap between ordinary magicians and magicians of the gods is simply worlds of difference. Modern magicians only deceive the world to a limited extent, while magic in the Age of Gods rewrites the world with a natural right. Its essence is completely different. It's not just a stage, it can be said to be a different dimension. Magicians from the Age of Gods can change the world with just one word and by chanting the name of God. For example, things such as high-speed divine words and original runes must be under the Age of Gods to fully exert their power. As for the so-called curse spirits and spell masters, they are completely worthless in his eyes. Wait until the mysterious return. The energy of mantra will be replaced by magic power. Both the curse spirits and the curse masters will naturally become extinct as the environment changes. In the bedroom on the second floor of the villa. The furnishings in the bedroom are simple and elegant, and every piece of furniture is placed in a decent and orderly manner. The bed was neat and clean, and the white bedding exuded a light fragrance. It had obviously been made recently. On the bed, Sheena Mashiro was lying on the bed in lazy pajamas, her graceful figure on full display. Her light red pupils were staring at the screen of the mobile phone in her hand, while she was reading a romance manga intently. Suddenly I saw a message from a chat group. And in the chat group on her mobile phone. Only one. It was the magic family that Yuan specially invited her to join. Sheena Mashiro thought for a while, then clicked on the message to see who had sent it. By Yingwei, at Sheena Mashiro. Mashiro, are there 2 extra women in the villa today? Maiko Yatsuya, hey, Mr. Yuan is still in the group, why don't you just ask him? By Yingwei, he doesn't care about these things. Odori Yurika, there's another woman out there. Is it that guy from the Shinomiya family you mentioned before? Little Bird Tour Rika, the evil capitalism.jpg. By Yingwei, Rika, your words seem to have scolded Mr. Yuan, Little Bird Yurika, contractors are special. Sheena Mashiro, well, there are indeed 2 women. Is there any problem? By Yingwei, as expected. Little Bird Yurika, damn it, what are the backgrounds of these 2 women? I will ask the contractor tomorrow. Maiko Yatsuya, they are the eldest daughter and the second daughter of the Yukinashita family. I heard that they are a very famous school beauty in another university. This time they stayed with Mr. Yuan on the pretext of being unwell and needing to have their spirits removed. Shiro Gainke, well, Rika, it might be useless for you to go tomorrow. You asked for leave yesterday. Little Bird Yurika, why don't you 2 stop me? Shiro Gainke, well, at that time, the Yukinashita family each gave us 1 billion yen, but in the end they were too embarrassed to speak. Little Bird Yurika, If it were me, the evil king, who had real eyes, I would never succumb to the evil rich man. Sheena Mashiro, is there any problem? By Yongkyu, well, everyone already knows about the magic family, but at least we can't let those 2 people succeed easily. Shiro Gainke, at Sheena Mashiro, think about it. By Qianjiu, if there are 2 more people, the time Yuan-kun spends on you will be shortened, and the speed of learning comics will also slow down. Look at the messages from the chat group. Sheena Mashiro's beautiful ruby eyes were lost in thought. What Bai Yingwei said seems to make some sense. If Mr. Yuan spends too much time with other women, then how much time is left, how much free time do you have for the other party to teach you? Think of this. Sheena Mashiro, who was originally indifferent, also felt a sense of crisis in her heart. No. It can't go on like this. She must take action. Shina Mashiro, what should I do? Atsulgui by Yinghui, it's very simple, just let those two women, don't eat Mr. Yuan easily. Little bird you lie hua, yet. Two sneaky cats. They actually ran directly to the house. Maiko Yatsuya, that's right, you have no sense of fair competition at all. Shina Mashiro, no problem, but if you do this, won't Mr. Yuan be angry? Little bird Eureka, contractors are not such stingy 2.1 people. Little bird tour Rika, and if you can't even break through this predicament, why should you become a contractor? Lover. Maiko Yatsuya, second. Baiki and Jiu, Mr. Yuan will definitely not be angry. After all, since he didn't drag people into the group, he means we can move freely. Bai Yinghui, right, at Yuan, hey? Have you sent any messages? I haven't seen anything. Yuan in his room. Looking at the messages in the chat group, I laughed for a moment. Forget it, let them do it. 11 He didn't expect that bringing Yukino and Harano to his home would cause such a big reaction. However, he was happy to see competition between a few people, and Rika was right about what he said. If you don't even have this performance, why should he let the other person become a magician? Even if they are not in shape, they can only communicate in a physical way at most. Assistance with money and power can be given, but don't even think about becoming a magician. And in the near future, when the mystery returns, and the world is undergoing drastic changes, how useful can money be? Yuan is now looking forward to it. When his plan was realized, everyone's reaction, including Gojo Satoru. He stretched his palm into the void, took out the cup that exuded golden light, and felt the huge magic crystal on his fingertips. Soon, a new world is coming. Chapter 77. Monday morning. Before the exchange meeting between two magic colleges in Neon was about to begin, Gojo Satoru pushed an iron cart with a smile. Everyone is here. I'm going on a business trip overseas, and I'll give you souvenirs next. Come on, this is an amulet from a certain tribe, given to everyone in Kyoto. There is no singer. Gojo Satoru handed out the pink souvenirs with a smile, and at the same time teased him in a frivolous tone, causing the singer to immediately say angrily, I don't need it. Then, Gojo Satoru pushed the box and looked at Fushiguro Megami and the others. Now, here's to everyone in Tokyo. It's the late Mr. Tomura Hisato. Gojo Satoru said with a smile, and Mr. Tomura Hisato jumped out of the box at this time. Megami Fushiguro and Rosa Kujizaki looked at this scene. Looking at it full of surprise. Showed simultaneously at this moment. By the way, everyone in Kyoto, please take a look, this is Sunyo's container Hirahito the Japanese polygonum. Gojo Satoru smiled and pushed the cart, revealing Hishido the polygonum cuspidatum. And fellow students in Kyoto. At this time, I was so absorbed in the souvenirs that I didn't care about Hishido Japanese knotweed at all. There was only Lien Temple Kashin standing next to Nokshu Jendeo. His pupils contracted slightly. Sunyo's container. Shouldn't he have died 2 months ago? Gojo Satoru stepped forward and lowered his head to look at the old man in front of him. Principal of Lien Temple, oh, that's great, that's great. I was worried about what you would do if you were frightened and returned to the West. However, it's already a new era. If Hisato Hijiri can grow to the point where he can control Sunyo, then maybe he will become a being who can defeat that person. Gojo Satoru's words. Lien Temple Jiashin fell into a moment of silence and shouted coldly. You little brat, you are no longer good at making decisions. But in his heart. But it was rare that he began to consider Gojo Satoru's words. If Yuan, who can defeat Gojo Satoru, wants to be detrimental to the magic world, he must be restrained by other powerful enough forces. Although it is indeed very dangerous to stay in Nyo on both sides. But as long as there are not too many fingers 09 collected, he shouldn't be Gojo Satoru's opponent. While he was thinking, the 2-day sister school exchange meeting officially started. The first day is a team battle. Nokshu Jendeo looked serious and seriously announced the corresponding rules. Tense and exciting, the battle against the cursed spirit. Of course, it is also allowed to hinder the opponent on the way. But you are all companions fighting the curse together. The purpose of the exchange meeting is to understand your companions and yourself in the competition. Remember not to kill your opponent, and don't let your opponent be seriously injured. Above. The competition starts at noon, dismissal now. Kyoto Aspect Meeting. Hisuido Kizuan, Megami Fushiguro, Panda, and others are discussing the battle plan. Although the form of group killing is expected. But there is no time to change the plan. Zanai Yuanmaki said calmly. And under the introduction of Megami Fushiguro, let everyone present appreciate the physical fighting qualities of Knotweed Hisahito. After having a clear understanding, the panda who was chatting suddenly spoke. Speaking of which, have you heard a rumor recently? Rumor? Zanai Yuanmaki raised an eyebrow, a little confused. Megami Fushiguro and Rose Kujizaki looked at each other. They all shook their heads. This rumor is about the fifth super magician currently. It is said that the reason why the magician named Yuan became a special level man is because he defeated Gojo Satoru. One panda's words suddenly silenced the entire conference room. Gojo Satoru. If it were anyone else, they might have just heard of it. But these students from Tokyo universities have witnessed Gojo Satoru's strength with their own eyes. No doubt. That is definitely the only monster in the world. But now, some people actually say that this monster was defeated, and it was defeated by a young man who looked about the same age as himself. Unbelievable. Teacher Gojo will fail? This is just a rumor. Megami Fushiguro retorted calmly. And Kujizaki Wild Rose also shook her head, guys like me don't want to believe that this kind of thing will happen. Teacher Gojo, you are undoubtedly the strongest, right? Zanai Yuanmaki also sneered. It's not a good thing for our Tokyo universities that this rumor has been spread. I mean, the Knotweed should be aware of this, right? Aren't you spending most of your time with Mr. Gojo lately? She glanced at Hisuido Knotweed. But I found that the other party at this time had some hesitation on his face. And others. They all also looked at Eugen Knotweed. Japanese Knotweed Hishido smiled and scratched his head. Well. I'm actually not very clear about this matter. He pretended to be innocent as if nothing had happened, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that something had obviously happened behind the scenes. Hey, Japanese Knotweed. Fushiguro Megami frowned. What happened, just tell me. Your lying skills are very poor. Didn't Wu Xiao tell you? Hear this. Knotweed Hisahito's face suddenly turned dark. But since Fushiguro Megami has already said this, it doesn't seem good for him to conceal it further. And if teacher Gojo Satoru really wanted him to hide it, you should have thought of an excuse for him in advance. Well, you must not spread what I said. The news just now is actually true. Teacher Gojo and Yuan once fought against each other, but they were defeated in the end. Knotweed Hisahito just finished speaking. I saw that the surroundings fell into a dead silence. Although Zanai Yuanmaki had some guesses because of the change in the expression of Knotweed Yuhito. But when this is really confirmed, Zanai Yuanmaki's expression also suddenly shrank at this moment. Teacher Gojo was defeated. Classmate Huzang, did you witness this scene with your own eyes? Megami Fushiguro next to him also had an ugly expression, staring at Knotweed Hisahito seriously, waiting for the corresponding reply. The panda swallowed, feeling shocked. Are you kidding? That monster was actually defeated. And he's a boy who looks similar to them. Panda originally thought that the boy should be the same monster as Yugo Yuta, but now it seems, even scarier than they expected. Gojuin next to him also subconsciously widened his eyes, and for a moment he didn't know what words to use to express his shock. After all, Gojo Satoru was defeated. It's really shocking. And now that he has told this matter, Hishido the Polygonum Zed simply broke the pot. Well, I did see with my own eyes how teacher Gojo failed, that Yuan had almost no weaknesses. Soon. Knotweed Hisahito began to describe the scene he had seen. Every detail of that night was firmly remembered in his mind. Just saying powerful is no longer enough to describe it. Rather, the whole battle was a complete crush. Gojo Satoru was never able to gain any advantage from beginning to end. After listening to Hisato's story, Fushiguro Megami's pupils shrank and she clenched her fists subconsciously. How is it possible that such a thing doesn't exist? It's too foul. The panda next to him also had a solemn expression. Strange, I have never heard of such a technique. The art of launching weapons, and also possesses great power, even enough to compete with no lower limit. Zanai Yuanmaki next to him added. Not only that, the body is also terrifyingly powerful. You can rely on your strengthened body and the power of that weapon to block the attack that Gojo Sensei is proud of. But, these are not the scariest things. Zanai Yuan Maki took a deep breath. The most terrifying thing is that this Yuan can actually crack the invincible infinite space, and can even be a minister in the realm. Forcibly cut off one of Gojo Satoru's arms. Just thinking about it is horrifying. Instead, Kujizaki Wild Rose put her hands on her hips and showed a hearty smile. Well, even if he is such a scary guy, as long as he is not an enemy, it will be a good thing for us. At least we can get rid of more cursed spirits. And heard this. The others looked at each other and nodded. As long as he is not a curse master, he can be regarded as a companion who can solve the curse. It's just that they were just shocked by Yuan's power. I heard Kujizaki Wild Rose say this. They just reacted at this time. But if Hirohito Notweed is not lying, then the guy named Yuan is definitely the most terrifying existence so far. Well, what you said makes sense. But the defeat of Gojo Satoru is not a trivial matter. Panda scratched his head and said helplessly. Gojo Satoru's status is unquestionable in the world of magic. Able to become a super spell master at a young age. But he is defeated now. If the news gets out, it will definitely cause a big earthquake. But, that Yuan surpassed Mr. Gojo at such a young age, we are still too weak after all. Fushiguro Megami said in a deep voice. He has reached this point. Still can't believe that Gojo-sensei was defeated. But since even Japanese Notweed has said this, then it's probably true. Well, Fushiguro Megami is right. We must also take advantage of this opportunity to become stronger. Zen Yuan Maki said with a smile. And her words were also approved by several others. After hearing from Mr. Gojo. After being defeated by a person of about the same age as themselves, in addition to being amazed and shocked, they also felt a little unwilling. Obviously everyone is of the same age. But this Yuan is too cheating. Afternoon. Not long after the exchange meeting of the Conjuring College begins. In front of the warehouse gate of J's Wojaku. Normally, even if you find a way to sneak into a college, it is impossible to sneak into the warehouse and steal the forbidden charms kept by the experts in a short period of time. Because there are quasi-first-level magicians and guards in charge of the area. If it were an outsider, there would definitely be no way to solve it. But if it's Yunchuo, it's another time it's over. After all, among the memories of Xiaoyuja he obtained, he was most familiar with the internal layout of the college. Even if he can't directly show his true face. Invasion can also be achieved by relying on curse spirits. Plop. The last Jiku guard fell down. Wait until the surrounding defenses are dealt with. Raso's figure just now appeared in front of this warehouse. Xiaoyuja walked to the front of the warehouse wearing 5 cassocks. Well, it does have the aura of the 9-phase diagram. Including Sunyo's finger, it was really careless to put it in this place. Well, it's almost time to recycle them. After all, these things will only be wasted even if they are placed here. Certainly. The entire warehouse is naturally protected by a barrier. But this level of barrier is completely nothing in his eyes. Well, this matter should have been done by a real person. It would have been too early for that guy to die. If I had known this, I should have swallowed it directly. It's so bad that I have to take action myself. Raso sighed lightly. He originally planned to hand over this task to the original real person. But the death of that guy directly messed up all his original arrangements. Of course, Leohu can also do the job as a special level spell spirit, but that guy's temper has always been too grumpy. So in the end, he could only let him leave in person. Raso stood at the door of the warehouse. He stretched out his palm and placed it easily on the door, pushing it open directly. A strange aura hit his face. This is a warehouse where all kinds of curses are stored, with talismans hanging everywhere. It was obviously to seal all kinds of items in the warehouse. Looking around, there were densely packed containers of various shapes and sizes. There was a strange black air emanating from above. This black energy vaguely seems to have the residual roar and resentful struggle of the curse spirit, which makes people feel creepy. Of course, most of them are just ordinary containment areas. It doesn't have too terrible power. Raso quickly found his goal this time. Apart from the Juxian diagram and Sunyo's finger, there are not many good things in the entire warehouse. He just glanced at it and lost interest. But just when Xiaoyuja was about to turn around and leave, an astonishing sense of pressure suddenly swept over him from the direction behind him. His pupils suddenly contracted subconsciously, and he turned his head to look directly. I don't know when it started. A young man wearing golden armor stepped forward, shining with golden light. After Rosso saw the other party's face clearly, that's when the identity was recognized. It is none other than the talented young man who recently ranked 5th as a special spell master Yuan. What frightened Kasuo the most was the aura on Yuan's body. The solemn and majestic aura seems to be suffocating, just like a ferocious beast in human form. Yuan had a gentle smile on his face, a heroic spirit exuding between his brows, and his golden dragon eyes were watching Luosuo's figure. What a coincidence! It seems that my speed is a little slower. But it's just right. Things can't escape anyway. This should be the first time we meet. The true form of the most evil sorcerer in history, Luosuo. Yuan revealed his identity in one word. For an instant, the figure of Xiaoyuja froze in place, staring deeply at the young man in front of him, showing a weird smile. It's really strange. How did you recognize it? There should be no flaws in my disguise. Chapter 78. Rosso. It's been a long time since anyone could call him by his name to his face. You must know that this is a name from thousands of years ago. As he kept changing his body, the most famous name he ever used was not this, but Kamokan Run. The most evil sorcerer in history. But for Spoke, this name is just one of his many names, and the same is true for the Jinayuja he is using now. Relying on the ability to transplant brains in exchange for physical bodies, Rosso was able to survive from thousands of years ago to the present day. And heard Rosso's inquiry. In front of these eyes of mine, everything you hide has nowhere to hide. It is natural to know this name. Yuan said calmly. In fact, even if you haven't seen the spell return battle, Rosso's information was completely hidden from his omniscient and omnipotent star. All it takes is a casual glance. You can easily see through this guy's true name and purpose. After hearing these words, Rosso narrowed his eyes slightly, with a hint of caution in his eyes. In his cognition, there are very few guys who know their identity. Even Tian Yuan, without face-to-face, the other party would not want to know his current identity. And the special eyes, could they be eyes like the 6 eyes? Yunshuo's pupils shrank slightly, and his eyes were full of warning zones. In 1,000 years, Rosso had twice lost to the 6-eyed magician of the Gojo family. The appearance of 6 eyes follows a certain pattern, even if Rosso killed the 6-eyed magician when he was an infant. A new 6-eyed magician will be born soon. And such special eyes, are simply born to restrain him. So after realizing this, Rosso decided to seal the 6-eyed magician instead of killing him. Of course, he couldn't beat Gojo Satoru in a head-to-head encounter. Because there cannot be 2 6-eyed magicians in this world at the same time. This means unless Gojo Satoru dies. Otherwise, once he is sealed, no new 6-eyed magician will be born in the Gojo family for nearly 1,000 years. But this time, Yuan said in a calm tone as if he had seen through his thoughts. Don't compare me with just 6 eyes. I have only one purpose here, and that is Sunyo's finger. Hand it over. He didn't have any ill intentions towards Rosso. After all, this guy is going to die sooner or later, but before death, he can be used to some value. Hear these words. Rosso's expression suddenly changed. He finally understood why Yuan appeared here. It would be better to say that the other party knew his purpose from the beginning, and waiting until now was just to save trouble. He boasted of a seamless plan. To be easily seen through by such a young man. The opponent's behavior of Mantis stalking the cicada and the aureole behind him undoubtedly made him passive. Who is this Yuan? Sujuo's face was cloudy and uncertain. He couldn't guess the trump card of the young man in front of him. It would be better to say that the other party was able to see through his plan from the beginning, and appeared in front of him unscrupulously. This made him think of a rumor. Is Sunyo's finger? Rosso took a deep breath, stared at Yuan and said, I wonder if I can ask a question before that. Ask. Yuan replied calmly. Is the rumor about Yuan-kun that you defeated Gojo Satoru true? Rosso immediately raised the question in his mind. To him, Gojo Satoru is undoubtedly the biggest obstacle in front of him. But if Yuan is stronger than Gojo Satoru, he feels that it is not impossible for him to give up his plan. At worst, it will remain dormant for hundreds of years. Wait until Yuan and Gojo Satoru die of old age before considering new plans. Otherwise, this is just a hammer. One Gojo Satoru is tricky enough. Now there is a Yuan who is even more talented than Gojo Satoru. What's the plan? I can go back and wash up and sleep. Yuan glanced at Zhuangsuo. You're talking about the defeated general last time. Perhaps he is indeed the strongest among the magicians, but I am not a magician, and I have never been the same as him. Don't compare me to him. The moment Yuan finished speaking, without hesitation, Luosuo took out a box, put all the collected Sunyo fingers in it, and handed it to Yuan. These are 10 Sunyo fingers. Please accept them, Mr. Yuan. He immediately made a choice based on his heart. With his own body alone, Gojo Satoru couldn't defeat him, let alone the more powerful Yuan. He managed to live for thousands of years. I don't want to be easily killed by a boy here. After handing over Sunyo's finger, Raso asked cautiously. What is Mr. Yuan going to do with Sunyo's fingers? Can I leave first? Although he is afraid of Yuan's strength. But after hearing that the other party was not with Gojo Satoru, I was relieved. If the two monsters united, let alone curse spirits, all curse masters may become extinct. Hear this. Yuan just said calmly. It's very simple. I want to eat these fingers for Japanese knotweed Hishido. With so many fingers, it should be enough for Liang Mi and Sunyo to come out for a while. I just happened to be looking for something to do with it. He casually lifted the box containing Sunyo's fingers. Turn around and leave. Raso, on the other hand, was stunned. He didn't expect that Yuan actually planned to feed his fingers to Heron Hisui. You must know that this is his purpose. Only. He planned to feed Gojo Satoru's fingers to him after he was sealed. After all that time has come. Even if Sunyo's strength has not been fully restored. But in the absence of Gojo Satoru, other conjurers, including Otoko Yuta, would not be Sunyo's opponents. But the current situation. But that's another thing entirely. But since Yuan has something to do with Sunyo, he shouldn't let him be killed easily. Raso comforted himself in this way. It establishes the next goal. We must win over Yuan. Since he is an individualist, it means there is room for cooperation in the future. The fact that he did not kill me this time is the best proof. Raso groaned and did not leave immediately. Anyway, currently at the Conjuring College, Gojo Satoru will definitely focus on Yuan. He might as well stay and see the situation first. After all, if it were here, maybe you can use the power of the curse spirit to see Yuan do it with your own eyes. Although he already knew that the opponent was very strong, how strong he was had to be confirmed with the naked eye. Conjuration College Exchange Meeting. The sudden appearance of Huayu immediately plunged everyone in the Conjuring Academy into a bitter fight. But Gojo Satoru quickly lifted the barrier. He stood in the air, took off his blindfold and looked into the distance. The next step is to use some rough tactics. Virtual style. With a slightly flirty laugh. In front of the tall young man wearing the uniform of a magician, an astonishing and terrifying energy suddenly burst out. It turned into an energy impact like a black void ball. Like a black hole that swallows everything. Rush straight ahead. Rumble. The terrifying power made Huayu's face in the distance also change. Fortunately, he immediately chose to retreat the moment the barrier was lifted, and just barely avoided the fatal blow. But that terrifying energy shock wave, still left a huge trench. Looking at this terrible power, Dongtang looked at this scene with helpless expression. It's impossible to tell whether the curse spirit has been solved or not. That guy Gojo Satoru. This move is still as terrifying as ever. But for Dongtang, whether or not this super-level curse spirit can be solved is not the most important thing. The growth of your own brother is the most critical. The strong muscles of his naked upper body were clearly visible, exuding amazing spell power, and he turned around with a smile on his face. Hey! My best friend! Just when he was about to continue saying something, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he subconsciously looked directly behind him. Who? Hisuido's face showed confusion and he turned around. It was discovered that at some point behind the original, a young man appeared. Hey, Japanese knotweed Hishido. This is the third time we've met. I just have something to do with you this time. A familiar young man's voice sounded. His pupils shrank violently. Memories of the battle under the night came to his mind. Why, is that monster here? And in the distance, Gojo Satoru, who originally thought he had solved the problem. Just as he was about to take a walk with his hands in his pockets, he suddenly stopped and suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance. An excited smile suddenly appeared on his face. This breath. It's true, it's that guy Yuan. Not far from him, Noxua Gendao and several other members of the Conjuring Academy suddenly showed shocked expressions on their faces. Yuan. The monster that defeated Gojo Satoru, why is it here? Could it be that he and the special curse spirit are in the same group? Chapter 79. This is not to blame for the appearance of General Yuan from the Conjuring Academy. Think of it like the special spell spirit just now. After all, this timing is too much of a coincidence. The special curse spirit had just been dealt with when Yuan suddenly appeared, and even circumvented Lord Tianyuan's barrier. And his goal? It's still Sunyo's container, Polygonum cuspidatum Yuan. But at this time, it was Gojo Satoru who spoke without hesitation. Don't compare those curse spirits with Mr. Yuan. Are those guys worthy of cooperating with Yuan? In total, they can't even compare to me, let alone compare to Mr. Yuan. He must have his own reasons for appearing here. Only Gojo Satoru, who has personally fought with Yuan, understands. Yuan's strength is not in the same dimension as his own. Even if he really wants to do something, there is no need to cooperate with the curse spirit. Hear this. The faces of several other people in the college turned dark. Satoru, since you said so, let's go there quickly. Noxua sighed softly and said helplessly, we can't let an accident happen to Knotweed-san. Since the last stop. Although Gojo Satoru still looks lawless on weekdays. But whenever they talk about Yuan, they will praise that young man's strength, as if he was completely impressed by the last battle. Okay, leave it to me. Gojo Satoru greeted with a smile. Immediately and impatiently, he used spell reversal, King, and disappeared directly from the place at a speed that was almost teleporting. He was excited and confused at the same time. What's exciting is that I can meet the monster I fought against last time again. But the confusion is because why does the other party appear here? Said it was cooperating with the curse spirit. He would never believe such a thing. But for this kind of thing, just asking in person is enough. You are a special magician Yuan. Why are you here? Dong Tang Kui's face changed slightly, and he immediately put on a defensive posture. He subconsciously observed the young man in front of him carefully. This is his first time. See this new super conjurer with your own eyes. It was completely different from the feeling brought to him by 99 Yuki. That frivolous attitude and words that ignored him were just like the feelings brought about by Gojo Satoru. No. Even better. But the strangest thing is, there is no magic power detectable in this young man. There is no magic power on the body. Is it the effect of heaven and the curse? If that's the case, he is really a very unfavorable opponent. Gojo Satoru should be on his way here. Dong Tang Kui clenched her fists and drew pictures secretly. The target of his injustice game is an item that contains a certain amount of magical power. People like Yuan who do not have the power of magic cannot cast spells as their own targets. But even so, it doesn't mean that there is no power to fight. Todo Aoi decided to observe the situation first. But it's different from him. Hiroyuki, who knew Yuan's strength, stiffened his body and forced a smile on his face. Boss Yuan, what's the matter? He very conscientiously changed the title from the original Yuan to boss. I silently prayed in my heart that the other party didn't come to find me this time. It's okay, I'm not here to find you this time. Yuan said with a smile. Hearing this, Polygonum Guinea Hisahito was extremely moved in his heart. But the next second, Yuan was frozen in place because of his actions. Click! The box in Yuan's hand was suddenly opened. A total of 10 Sunyo fingers were instantly reflected in the eyes of Todo Aoi and Kizuna Hisuito. I'm here to find the Sunyo in your body. Eat all these fingers, I have something to do with him. Yuan said calmly. The astonishing evil spell burst out from those 10 fingers. At this moment, let the sweat drip down the backs of Hisato Hisahi and Todo Aoi. Even if they had fought enemies at the level of a single finger, when these 10 fingers appeared in unison, the sense of oppression brought by it is still a bit too tyrannical. This is Sunyo's finger. Shouldn't it be something sealed in a forbidden vault? Dong Tang Kui reacted and couldn't help asking. This kind of special grade curse is quite rare. Even the Conjuration High School has only collected a few of them over the years. But Yuan, he actually took out 10 of them at once. Already equivalent to half of Sunyo. If it were eaten directly by Hisuito Knotweed, then Hisuito Knotweed would now be equivalent to having 13 fingers. And so many fingers. It is very likely to cause Hisahito the Japanese knotweed to go berserk. The body is controlled by the dual-faced personality. Yuan heard the words and replied casually. You said that warehouse has been breached by a special curse spirit. I snatched it from the super-grade curse spirit. So it's mine now. So do you want to eat or not, or do you need me to feed you? Yuan glanced at the knotweed Yuan. He doesn't have so much patience with guys who are not beautiful girls. If the other party said another word, he wouldn't mind just sucking it down with these fingers. Knotweed Hisahito swallowed, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. It would be fine if there were only one or two. These were 10 Sunyo fingers placed in front of him. Even he would not be so arrogant as to think that he could easily suppress Sunyo. But Yuan has already said so. Naturally, it was impossible for him to say anything against it, so he nodded honestly. But just when Hisahito knotweed stepped forward and was about to eat his finger. Snapped. Crisp slaps resounded instantly. The Japanese knotweed Hisahito in front of Yuan disappeared in an instant, and was replaced by Todo Aoi, who clenched his fists tightly and contained terrible magic power, and waved his fists in awe. Blast directly towards Yuan. This happened almost instantaneously, and even Hisahito knotweed could not expect this. I'm sorry. So many Sunyo's fingers will only bring danger to my close friends. You'd better keep it for now. Dong Tang Kui shouted in a deep voice. But Yuan just stood there quietly at this time, reached out his hand casually, and easily grabbed Dong Tang Kui's fist. Boom! The astonishing air wave instantly lifted up the surrounding pieces of broken wood. The remaining branches of the flower palace were torn apart by the air waves and swept away. And as the air waves gradually subsided. At last. Yuan stood still without moving a step, calmly staring at the strong man in front of him. Dong Tang Kui gritted his teeth and couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. This monster! He used all the magic power in his body to swing out a blow, but it didn't bring any wavering in front of the young man. If nothing else, the gap is too big. No matter how you say it, he is still a genius at Kyoto High School. He once exorcised a special curse spirit, even if he faced the 99 Yuki of the past. He has the confidence to fight. Todo Aoi originally planned to delay time so that Gojo Satoru could come as soon as possible. But at this time, the gap between the enemy and ourselves is obvious. It's really too exaggerated. Even his most powerful Black Flash Strike failed to cause, Achseb, any injuries. Too weak. Yuan shook his head and said these 3 words calmly. Next moment. After being blessed by the dragon heart, the body became powerful. He threw Todo Aoi in front of him as easily as he threw a kite. Almost in the blink of an eye, Todo Aoi was thrown dozens of meters away. Just when she was about to be thrown away by this terrifying force and hit the rock, Dong Ying quickly clapped her hands to Ji Zongshenzi. Snapped. His figure exchanged positions with the special spell tool originally thrown out. Finally, he didn't hit the rock, but he rolled around on the ground several times, looking extremely embarrassed, with a wry smile on his face. This, what kind of power is it? Todo Aoi was deeply shocked. He had only been in contact for a moment. His arm was broken immediately, and the bones were probably shattered. He would need careful treatment after returning to the magic college. Oh, how could it be like this? Really, the reason why I set him as a special spell master is to avoid the current situation. Dong Tang Kui, what you did this time was too reckless. Mr. Yuan did not have murderous intentions. Gojo Satoru's frivolous words echoed through the forest. The next second, Gojo Satoru, who was wearing a high school uniform, took off his blindfold at some point and appeared next to the severely injured Todo Aoi. Patting Dong Tang Kui on the shoulder, he felt relieved at this moment. Fortunately he came in time. Otherwise, if we arrive too late, the East Hall may be killed. Such a reckless and hot-blooded idiot has no clue about the importance of things. And Todo Aoi heard this. His expression was slightly startled, he didn't expect Gojo Satoru to have this reaction. The other party's tone seemed to be a little happy. This was not the tone he had in mind for the extremely arrogant, self-centered person in heaven and earth. What on earth was going on? At this time, Todo Aoi suddenly remembered a rumor that had been circulating recently. As the strongest magician, Gojo Satoru was defeated by Yuan. Could it be that this rumor is actually true? You're here. Yuan looked at Gojo Satoru calmly. My purpose this time is very simple, which is to let Yuan eat his finger, and then have a little communication with that guy Sunyo. Let's test the upper limit of the king of spells. Hear this. Gojo Satoru stood there and touched his chin thoughtfully. Then he looked at the Japanese knotweed Yuan with a smile. Since Yuan's purpose is to let you eat your fingers, then just go ahead and eat it. You will eat it sooner or later anyway. I'm also looking forward to the changes that will happen after you eat your fingers. His words. Suddenly, Hisohito's head was covered with black lines. Come on, forget that your teacher is also a fun person. He had wanted to let him eat Sunyo's fingers for a long time, but now that he had 10 fingers, teacher Wu Xiao would definitely not miss this opportunity. But since teacher Wu Zhou and Yuan are both here, even if Sunyo comes out, there should be nothing to be afraid of, right? After thinking about it, Yuan took a deep breath and stepped forward. He stretched out his hand tremblingly and picked up those Sunyo fingers. He began to eat Sunyo's fingers one by one. He suppressed vomiting, feeling that, while frowning, Gojo Satoru next to him was also observing this scene. Soon, knotweed Hisohito's body has changed. In an instant, something seemed to burst out from the body of knotweed Yuan, which made people feel frightened. The dark lines on his Tianling cap and cheeks extend to his chin and nose. The chest pattern extends to the shoulders, and there are many tattoos on the back, abdomen, wrist ring patterns, and shoulders. The nails also became black and sharp. A terrifying aura, like falling into an ice cave, spread from the body of knotweed Yuan. The expression on his face also changed. His usual cheerful expression disappeared, replaced by an extremely evil smile. The cursed king from thousands of years ago. A ghost with 4 hands and 2 faces. At that time, magic was in its heyday. The most powerful existence that magicians gathered strength to challenge him but failed one after another, two-faced Sunyo. At this moment, his evil is revealed again. Hey! Boy, you just want to see me, right? Liang Mian Sunyo sneered and looked at Yuan with squinted eyes. For the sake of 10 fingers, I can an opportunity to ask questions. He follows the only guide to survival that makes him happy or not. He doesn't care about the life or death of cursed spirits or humans. Nowadays, the magic power of 13 fingers in the body of Japanese knotweed Hisohito is basically enough for him. But even if he can't beat him, no one has the right to order him unless he wants to. Yet, it's a pity that I have a lot of questions to ask, and by the way, I also want to test the gold content of your king of spells. Although I haven't fully recovered yet, don't make me feel too boring. Yuan calmly stared at Liang Mian Sunyo in front of him. When his nonchalant words fell on Liang Mian Sunyo's ears, they were undoubtedly a naked provocation. Kid, do you want to die? The eyes of Sunyo on both sides narrowed slightly, and an astonishing murderous intention surged out. Don't think that you can be arrogant after defeating a white-haired BD. He is just a mortal born in a time when I didn't exist. The same as you. Chapter 80. I should be the one to say this. Yuan said calmly. He stood quietly, staring at the two-faced Sunyo who had regained his freedom in front of him. Compared with other spell spirits, the spell power perceived from the opponent's body is not at the same level at all. Sure enough, Sunyo, you are special. But precisely because of this, it has the value of being studied. Yuan casually took out a long sword from the void. The flawless white sword body had an extremely sacred aura attached to it, just like a saint alive. This sword is none other than Durndal. The sword that Yuan had hung on the wall for a long time was finally about to show its legendary power at this moment. If Liang Mian Sunyo is captured alive, the progress of his plan will also increase to a considerable extent. In a few months at the latest, the mystery of the world will be completely replaced, and magic will replace spell power and become the companion of human beings. And such changes, it will bring about amazing changes in the whole world. Especially among animals and plants, magical creatures and plants may appear as a result, but this is actually a good thing for the world. Ha! Kid, is this the trump card you have left? Liang Mian Sunyo laughed ferociously. Even though his current strength has not yet fully recovered. But his pride in his own strength is even better than that of Gojo Satoru. He raised his finger without hesitation, and an invisible slash formed by the convergence of spell power suddenly appeared in midair, rushing straight towards Yuan. Zilla! In midair, Yuan just waved his sword gently on the spot. The dazzling white slash infused with magic power, at this moment, cut off the two sides Sunyo was proud of with great ease. Not only that, but he rushed straight towards Sunyo. And looking at this scene. Well done! Liang Mian Sunyo clenched his fists with a ferocious smile on his face. Huge amounts of pure magic power gathered above, and countless strengthened slashes converged on one point, strikingly colliding with the oncoming white slashes. Boom! The moment when the astonishing air current spreads out. The trees in the surrounding forest were immediately blown away. Even Todo Aoi, who fell to the ground and used her remaining spell power to defend herself in advance. They were all thrown away at this moment. Yet, it's probably going to be a lively fight now. Gojo Satoru didn't know when he appeared behind Todo Aoi, grabbing the other person's shoulder and supporting him with one hand. He had a smile on his face. There was uncontrollable excitement in his eyes. Being able to witness with your own eyes the strength of the King of Spells thousands of years ago. And the battle with Yuan. For a strong man like him, there is no doubt that he is attractive. Todo Aoi swallowed fearfully. Only then did he understand in his heart. If Yuan really wanted to take action just now, even if he had 10 lives, he would have died long ago. Well, it is estimated that the entire forest will become a battlefield, so except for those who have reached the special level, the rest of the people should not get closer. Gojo Satoru carried Todo Aoi with one hand and sent him out. He had a smile on his face. The scale of the next battle will be quite exaggerated. If someone rushes into the battle, the consequences will be self-evident. And in the sky above the forest, as the airflow dispersed, in the battle between slashes and slashes, Liang Mian Sunyo actually fell directly into the disadvantage. Weird. Sunyo narrowed his eyes slightly. In terms of power alone, the strength of each blow I pour into should not be weaker than the slashing blows swung by this brat. But instead, my slash was suppressed. Although there is no breath of magic. But the slash wielded by Yuan seems to contain some kind of extremely holy energy, if he is a curse spirit. I'm afraid they've all been wiped out by that sword now. That sword is simply the nemesis of negative energy, and this kid has far more than just this weapon. Especially the ability of dimensional defense is the most troublesome to solve. Well, is this the upper limit of your slashing ability? After all, it only has 13 fingers, which is still too weak after all. Yuan stands tall in the sky. His eyes were indifferently staring at Liang Mian Sunyo in front of him. To be honest, he was somewhat disappointed with the slashing power displayed by Liang Mian Sunyo. After all, he was also the king of spells from thousands of years ago. But what he showed was that the strength of this slash was not even able to compete with the slash he casually injected with magic power. Even with Durandal's blessing. But if Sunyo only has this level, then there is no need to continue testing. Kid, what are you talking about? I was just playing with you just now. Liang Mian Sunyo's expression changed, and an unknown fire suddenly surged into his heart. A mere brat dared to ignore his existence. Open! Liang Mian Sunyo sneered and condensed blazing fire in his hands. Fierce flames reflected the sky. Its strength is far higher than most special level spell spirits. Liang Mian Sunyo turned the flame into a big bow, pointed it in the direction of Yuan, chanted words in his mouth, and let the flame bloom almost instantly. Zi la la la. The long arrow formed by the gathering of flames pierced the sky. The terrifying power caused the surrounding temperature to rise sharply, as if even the air was ignited with raging flames, and the flames spread more and more violently. Pieces of clouds began to surge. The fiery breath spreads through the surrounding trees, causing the trees in the entire forest to burn. The purgatory-like scene is chilling. Far away, many members of the Conjuring Academy were watching the battle. Nokshua frowned. He had already learned the specific situation from Gojo Satoru's mouth just now. The two-faced Sunyo has now temporarily occupied the body of Higurashi, although it is not clear how long it will take. But this king of spells from thousands of years ago. Resurrection at this moment. But what surprised Yamajengdao even more was the fighting power displayed by Yuan. Although I had heard about it from Gojo Satoru's mouth, when I witnessed the opponent fighting with my own eyes, such an astonishing shock wave occurred. There is no doubt that it is definitely a battle between monsters and monsters. And facing such a long arrow, Yuan took out the shield of the gods again with a calm expression. The blazing long arrow hit the top, and the diffused air waves and hot air waves immediately enveloped Yuan's body. This move is a bit interesting. The dragon's heart is spinning, and the magic power is exploding. Yuan's eyes flashed with golden light, and the moment the dragon eyes were revealed, the flames were instantly dispersed. Terrible power to the extreme. Let these flames be forced to dissipate completely in mid-air. Nothing. In this state, you are probably not even good enough for Gojo Satoru. If we fight for a while longer, the will of Notoid Yuhito will come back. Let's continue to speed up. Expand your domain and use it. Yuan yawned. Nothing about the battle with Liang Mian Sunyo surprised him. Even when the final realm unfolds, facing Avalon's absolute defense, he is still completely his younger brother. Hearing this, Liang Mian Sunyo narrowed his eyes slightly. Humph, this kind of attack can't kill you, kid. Compared with those guys from 1,000 years ago, your boy's strength is indeed pretty good, if you add that tricky space defense. Me in this state. It's going to be a bit more troublesome to defeat you, but both sides stay in Nyo's heart. But there is already a plan. That is to expand the slashing target and use the entire space as the slashing target. No need to cut off anything else. As long as the space is cut off, everything attached to the space will also be cut off, just like a bomb blowing up a house. No need to blow up the people in the house. As long as the house is blown up, the people in the house will naturally die. This is the so-called space slash. Certainly. Even the two-faced Sunyo is not sure that it can be used successfully in one go. After all, Yuan moves extremely fast. If you cannot accurately grasp the opponent's actions, even a slash that cuts off the space may still be ineffective. A ferocious sneer appeared on Liang Mian Sunyo's lips. As you wish. The next moment, his palm suddenly made a prayer gesture in front of him. The field expands. The moment the words fell, a circle with a radius of 200 meters was suddenly shrouded at this moment. Different from most closed fields, the two-sided field is semi-open. Although compared to closed fields, the suppression of individuals is insufficient. But such an area. It also allows Liang Mian Sunyo to easily deal with the situation of 1 against 100. Thousands of years ago, I was able to defeat the magicians by myself. The strength of this field is indispensable. And at the moment when the field unfolds, the figure of Gojo Satoru then retreated from the domain. Is this the expansion of Liang Mian Sunyo's realm? Although it looks very powerful, if it is only to this extent, it will not be able to cause harm to Mr. Yuan. Gojo Satoru narrowed his eyes and said softly. He had personally fought against Yuan, so he had a first-hand understanding of the boy's power. The current Liang Mian Sunyo appears to be powerful. But it's still within his ability to cope. After the domain is completely completed and Yuan's body is enveloped, Liang Mian Sunyo just said the name of the domain with a sneer. Suppress the demonic chef. P.S.'s deleted comments are basically personal attacks. Many people complained about King's Treasure and its settings, but I did not delete them. Because I did make a mistake before, and the author also apologized. But a few days ago, I deleted several comments in a row because my computer was stuck. I would like to apologize to everyone here. The author will make up for it with a lot of updates, and then the climax will come. I went to the home of my father-in-law and mother-in-law a while ago, and was asked for a 200,000 gift. The author could only try to write words here, and asked for monthly tickets, reviews, and subscriptions. Chapter 81. Everyone from the Conjuration College, including Kujaizaki Rose, Fushiguro Megami, Panda, and others, all subconsciously looked up at the forest sky. Countless invisible slashes spread across the air, numbering in the tens of thousands or even hundreds of billions. The chop is fleeting, the outline is blurry, and it is almost difficult to catch it with the naked eye. However, their power is absolutely real. Each slash sliced through the air, as if wielding an invisible blade, and the sound of silence filled the forest. The entire field is filled with oppressive atmosphere and destructive power. These slashes tore apart the trees all over the forest, and their fragments scattered in all directions, flying in the air like snowflakes. It completely dissipated in the blink of an eye, and the so-called living things no longer existed. That stormy momentum. It makes people feel like they are in a realm of despair. This is Sunyo's domain. Isn't it too scary? Kujaizaki Wild Rose swallowed her saliva and turned to look at Fushiguro Megami. Megami, have you seen this domain last time? No, it was probably because Sunyo didn't have many fingers. 653, so I couldn't use this field. Fushiguro Megami shook his head. If only he had faced the two-faced Sunyo in his current state. If you meet someone, you will be instantly killed. From this perspective, the difference between the two magnitudes is really too big. There was some worry in Fushiguro Megami's eyes. Because the knotweed Hisahito swallowed so many fingers this time, he didn't know how long it would take before he could return to his original state. And the mysterious Yuan who has never been seen before. What is his purpose this time? Well, there shouldn't be too much to worry about. If teacher Gojo Satoru didn't stop him, nothing major would happen. Zenon Maki patted Fushiguro Megami's shoulder to comfort him. But, speaking of that boy, it's really powerful and a bit scary, even the Yugo can't compare to it, right? Zanai Yuan Maki said with emotion. It turns out that Otoko Yuta is the most talented conjurer after Gojo Satoru. But compared with Yuan, they are not on the same level. Indeed, and the weapon he holds in his hand is also very unusual. Judging from the aura contained on it, it is even a legendary holy object. It should be nothing more than that, right? Panda nodded in agreement. He was created as a cursed corpse. People are often more sensitive to the smell of objects, and the holy breath can be felt from the long sword in Yuan's hand. It's definitely the most powerful thing a panda has ever felt. God knows what it is. Speaking of which, who do you think will win in the end? Kojaizaki Wild Rose couldn't help but ask. She raised her head and looked at the center of terror where the battle was taking place, with a rather curious look in her eyes. Fushiguro Megami sighed after hearing this. Yuan should win in the end. After all, even teacher Gojo Satoru failed, and the current Sunyo is not complete yet. Although I also think it's Yuan, Liang Mian Sunyo is the king of spells who has survived for a full 1,000 years, so I don't know if this guy has any trump cards. On the side, Panda nodded and said solemnly. If Liang Mian Sunyo wins, they will be in big trouble. Suddenly. Don't worry, this field will be fine for Mr. Yuan. The elusive young man's flirtatious voice came from behind, causing several people from Tokyo University to turn their heads and look. Sure enough, he found Gojo Satoru standing behind him at some unknown moment. Is Sunyo too weak? Kojaizaki's eyes widened and she couldn't help but asked curiously. Of course not, it's just because Mr. Yuan is too strong, especially his defense. Teacher, I still haven't been able to break it. Gojo Satoru spread his hands, showing helplessness. He wasn't telling lies. Currently the only possible way to contact Yuan is just find a way to enter close combat, and then try to see if you can neutralize the defense through space-based skills through the unlimited close range. As for Liang Mian Sunyo's slashing attack, from the current point of view, it cannot pose a threat to Yuan. Nokshua Gendeo frowned and asked, Wu, how is the situation of the knotweed now? There seems to be no problem with the knotweed at the moment. It's just that you ate too much at one time. You should wake up after a while, right? Gojo Satoru touched his chin and said with a smile. He stared at the sky where the battle was currently taking place, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and there was some expectation in his heart. I don't know how to stay in Nyo on both sides. Can Yuan be allowed to use more of his hidden powers? The long sword that appeared this time was one of the surprises. It gave him the same feeling as the other weapons, they were all very powerful. Sure enough, every weapon is extraordinary. This must have been accumulated over a long history, and there is no remnant of any spell power on it, and it is not something like a spell tool. The path Yuan has taken is indeed completely different from that of a conjurer. Gojo Satoru couldn't help but marvel in his heart. Only now did he feel that he had been a frog in a well for so many years. The abilities that Yuan possesses are completely unheard of, and there are even items that can help people extend their lives. It's too comprehensive. Especially the life-extending item. Some old guys in the magic world heard the news and began to feel a little unable to sit still. Among them are some of the top people in the current conjuring world. The information they brought to Gojo Satoru was to ask him to negotiate with Yuan and find a way to obtain more life-extending water from the other party. But for Gojo Satoru, these are the old guys who have been relying on and refused to step down. The food appearance is too ugly. It seems that I have to clean up those old things later. Zero Gojo Satoru's eyes showed murderous intent. He knew that Yuan was an out-and-out individualist. For such people, you can win over, but you can never take advantage of it. Otherwise, they are just playing with fire. Those old guys think that Yuan is a young man and they are easy to fool. They are really stupid. I didn't want to attack those guys. But it's come to this. Anyway, it's time to cleanse the entire magic world now. The battle above the sky is still continuing. A faraway ideal land. When Yuan recited the true name of the scabbard parts suddenly decomposed and emerged from the body to construct a dimensional defense. Countless slashes seemed to dissipate in the void. The moment it touched this barrier, it disappeared directly from its place. Liang Miansunyo's hands maintained the movement of displaying the field. His eyes stared deeply at Yuan. The defense at this dimensional level relies on the current slashing. You can't hurt him, you have to use that blow. Liang Miansunyo thought secretly in his heart. Ever since he learned about the defense from Gojo Satoru, he had been thinking about how to break such a defense. He is in the past. I have never faced such a defense that is almost like a turtle shell. Generally speaking, even if there is a specialized defense field, in the end it is not a confrontation between the power of the spell and the speed of the field. The strongest defense left is nothing more than the Liuyan family's unlimited techniques. Liang Miansunyo snorted coldly. He is indeed a difficult kid. But, in the face of that slash that cuts off the world, I don't know if the defense you rely on can stop this move. He took a deep breath. The moment his feet stepped forward, his figure was like a gust of wind. He rushed straight towards Yuan. Yuan stood there, smiling slightly with the corners of his mouth raised. Did you actually take the initiative to get closer? You did not choose to run away but took the initiative to approach me. It seems that you have thought of a way to deal with my defense. Let me guess, it's the slash that cuts the world apart, right? The words just fell. The face of the two-faced Sunyo who has always been strategizing. For the first time, there was an expression of astonishment. Why, does this kid in front of me know his trump card? The two-faced Sunyo, who had been invincible since 1,000 years ago, felt for the first time today that the development of things was completely beyond his expectation. This brat. No, Yuan. Who is he? Yuan looked at the astonished Sunyo and laughed loudly. Come on, Liang Miansunyo, let me see Shu's world-cutting attack. Is it worthy of the name? Chapter 82. At this point, Yuan has already said this. The two-faced Sunyo can only use his sword on the string and have to use it. He stared at Yuan, and while the astonishing curse power was condensed almost as if it was a substance, a slash aimed at the world space suddenly erupted. The moment this technique unfolds. Not far away. Kyoto and others are watching this battle. A famous conjurer also changed his expression. Todo Aoi, who was covering her arm with one hand, subconsciously raised her head and looked forward, with a look of shock and surprise in her eyes for the first time. What's this? The techniques used by Liang Miansunyo are extraordinary. The threat stemming from his body's instinct told him that even if he used all his magic power to defend against this slash, he would probably only be cut open in an instant. It is obvious that Sunyo is not yet complete at the moment. But the sense of oppression it brings to people is unmatched by other curse spirits. Several other conjurers from Kyoto High School, including Mekamaru, Miwa, and others, also felt the same way. Although, the target of that technique. It's not them. But the idea of bringing myself in could not help but arise in my mind. Then they discovered that if it were them, there would be no possibility of survival. Gojo Satoru also stands tall in the sky. With his 6 eyes, he accurately captured Sunyo's unfolding technique. This slash is... Gojo Satoru's blue eyes narrowed slightly. The move Sunyo performed at this moment. Even Gojo Satoru had never heard of it, and he couldn't help but secretly marvel in his heart. He is worthy of being the king of spells thousands of years ago. Even though his strength has not yet been fully restored, the power he showed at this moment. It's no small matter either. I just heard what Mr. Yuan said was a slash that cuts the world apart. I'm afraid even my unlimited technique can't stop 09's move. Gojo Satoru's eyes showed a solemn look. Within that space, regardless of the unlimited spells, spell tools, etc., they must be divided into 2 in theory. This was the news he captured with his 6 eyes, but it was precisely because of this that Gojo Satoru was amazed by the 2 faces. Because of this technique. I'm afraid Sunyo understood and perfected it in a short period of time. This amazing talent alone is worthy of the name of ghost and god that this guy holds. The slash that cut through the space suddenly boomed. The invisible space cuts in a perfect arc, as if cutting the entire world in half. He rushed straight towards Yuan accurately. If you were a magician instead. Liang Miansunyo's space slash can indeed win by surprise. But this time, what it faced was the strongest defensive treasure in the entire Xingyu. Today, Yuan puts himself outside the world, in the fairy town of Avalon, blocking all physics, magic, and even parallel worlds from interfering. It can be called the ultimate fortress for one person, reaching the realm of magic. It's almost like a miracle. This concept is much simpler than the so-called space slash. The space slash released by Liang Mian Sunyo seemed to have touched an invisible barrier at this moment, forcibly cancelling out the cutting power in an instant. Let it disappear in place. This made both Sunyo and Liang Mian couldn't help but look surprised. His proud slash, what kind of defensive force did he encounter in midair that even the most powerful slashing technique could not surpass? This moment, Sunyo felt wary and uneasy, and subconsciously clenched his fists. The field also completely stopped in midair. Yuan stood in the sky with a smile but not a smile, and said with a playful tone. Is this the end? The slashing you are so proud of can only go so far. Let me teach you, what a real slashing is. The words fell. In Yuan's hand, a huge sword that looked like a double-edged horse sword suddenly appeared, and an astonishing aura emanated from it. This is... Gojo Satoru's expression changed in the distance. He was interested in this sword that could easily cut through his unlimited defensive slashes. Of course it won't be unfamiliar. The last time I played against Yuan, he has personally experienced the power of that big sword. There is no doubt that the conceptual power attached to it far exceeds the level of his technique. Gojo Satoru groaned. His figure immediately used the technique king and returned to Nokshua's side. Hey, principal, get ready for the whistle next. It is estimated that the winner will be decided soon, so we must prepare for the treatment of Kibito-san. Gojo Satoru said seriously. Throughout Conjuration High School, the only one who can master the reversal technique and heal others is Ai Nashiko. Hearing this, Nokshua Gendeo was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Okay, I'll get ready right now. After Nokshua Masamichi gave a few instructions, an auxiliary supervisor left in a hurry, and then he looked at Gojo Satoru. The winner of this battle is Yuan. From my current speculation, it is like this. Gojo Satoru shrugged, spread his hands and said with a frivolous smile, currently, Liang Mian Sunyo's trump card has been played, but there is still no way to deal with Yuan-kun's defense. After hearing this, Nokshua Gendeo said with a little emotion. What a terrible young man! Especially this defense, which is much stronger than your unlimited defense. Even the spell you used a year ago has nothing to do with it. Fortunately he is not a curse master, otherwise the world of curses would have been doomed long ago. Although it was the first time for Nokshua Gendeo to witness Yuan taking action. But just the aftermath of the fight between the other party and Sunyo was enough to prove that this young man was more powerful than they originally expected. Rumble. The moment the space slash dissipated, the invisible magic power turned into a violent wind and swept out. The surrounding trees within a kilometer radius were torn apart together, and while countless branches flew horizontally, the figures of Sunyo on both sides stayed in place in a daze. That extremely violent air wave. The entire forest seemed to be shaking at this moment. It wasn't until Liang Mian Sunyo came back to his senses that he subconsciously looked up and looked ahead. I don't know when. Yuan just quietly held his hands on the hilt of the sword, with a rare seriousness in his eyes. Along with the terrifying magic power bursting out from the dragon's heart in every breath, steam-like substance seemed to emerge from Yuan's palms. The emerald green sword blade bloomed with dazzling light. True name Liberation Magic Infusion. Yuan spoke softly, his eyes calmly staring at Sunyo on both sides. This sword is the second son of the main god of the city-state of Lagash in Sumerian mythology. It is also said to be one of the two weapons of the goddess of war, the patron saint of the city-state of Kish. Cut the sky and the earth, cut off the principles of all things. Open up the green horizon of thousands of mountains. In an instant, the light on the sword blade suddenly exploded, and the surging magic power turned into a substantial terrifying aura, which gradually filled the air from the sword wound. In front of this sword, without the concept of the same level, it would be impossible to defend against this attack. As a legendary sword made by gods, its power has long been beyond ordinary people's imagination. Even if it mysteriously retreats now, it cannot exert its true full power. But as the incarnation of slashing, it would be most appropriate to use it to end Sunyo, who prides himself on slashing. Sumerian mythology. Nokshua Masamichi, who was heading towards Tokyo High School, was suddenly startled. He looked up in disbelief and looked at the big sword in Yuan's hand. His sunglasses fell off his face and fell directly to the ground. Click! The lenses of his sunglasses shattered at the sound, and Nokshua took a few steps back. When Gojo Satoru next to him saw this, he quickly asked, "What's wrong?" "Principal, do you know the content of that myth?" He is not usually interested in so-called myths. Instead of looking at those irrelevant things, it would be better to practice and study further, but he didn't expect the weapon in Yuan's hand. It turned out to be a mythical weapon. "Well, when I was trying to create the cursed skeleton, I specifically browsed myths and stories from various countries, hoping to get some inspiration from them. The Sumerian myth is one of them. Sumerian mythology is one of the oldest myths in the world. It originated from the Sumerian civilization in 3000 BC, but the weapons in myths and legends, do they really exist?" Nokshua Jendeo couldn't help but exclaimed. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that those weapons in legends and myths actually appeared here. Not only that, Nokshua Masami seemed to think of something again, and quickly asked Gojo Satoru beside him. "By the way, you said last time that Yuan used a weapon that could emit colorful rainbow light, which was more powerful than your full blow. What does that sword look like?" Cold sweat gradually broke out on his forehead. If his guess is true, then Yuan's strength may be much more terrifying than he originally expected. There are many weapons in myths and legends that can destroy cities and destroy armies. Let me think about it. It's a sword with a spiral shape. Gojo Satoru touched his chin and said in a deep voice at this time. He was quite impressed by that sword, and originally planned to check the information himself. Since the principal knew, it was best. "Call it a boga." Nokshua's pupils shrank suddenly. He couldn't help shouting a name. That is the magic sword held by the Irish hero in Celtic mythology. Legend has it that this sword was forged by the elves of the Kingdom of God and contained the powerful power of the thunder of the gods. The power Yuan possesses, is definitely not just his. I'm afraid that behind him, there is a powerful being from an extraordinary force, which is much more terrifying than the world of magic. Nokshua Jendeo said in a resolute and solemn voice. These mythical and legendary weapons were obviously not collected by Yuan, but owned by the organization standing behind him. Otherwise, just rely on Yuan. How is it possible to get hold of a mythical weapon that existed thousands or even tens of thousands of years ago? At this moment, Nokshua Jendeo made up his mind. No matter what happens next, we must make good friends with Yuan, and we must apologize for Gojo Satoru's previous offensive behavior. In front of the organizational forces that can gather mythical weapons. They are magicians. In the eyes of the other party, I'm afraid he's just a clown. In addition to everyone in the high school, Rasso's figure stared at this scene in the shadows with the sight of the curse spirit. Is this Yuan, the person who defeated Gojo Satoru? Those cunning magicians actually listed Yuan as a special magician. What a joke, this kind of power is not a spell at all. Rasso stared at the dome. Even though Yang Miansunyo only has the power of 13 fingers at the moment, the terror of the slashes unleashed is no less powerful than in his heyday. A slash that cuts off the world. I'm afraid even that Gojo Satoru can't stop him at all. But in front of Yuan, he couldn't even break through the defense. This alone made him couldn't help but be shocked. And that big sword weapon. It even made an unknown premonition appear in his heart. You must first please Mr. Yuan, otherwise, there is no possibility of his plan being realized. Liang Miansunyo stared at the radiant sword in front of him. Sumerian mythology. He frowned tightly and gathered all the magic power in his body, preparing to block this move. Sunyo didn't know much about the myths of other countries, especially myths like Sumer's that had only been unearthed a few years ago. But he did instinctively sense an astonishing threat from that sword wound. Yuan waved the sword calmly. The dragon's heart is running in the palm, and huge power surges in it. Even the 1,000 mountains are cut off and opened up, the huge boneless sword is huge. This is the result of the principle of absolute separation between heaven and earth itself flowing out from the sword flash, and its power can easily cut through thousands of mountains. Cut. Chapter 83. Zi La La. The slash that tears through space and cuts off everything is like tearing apart the sky. The giant sword in Yuan's hand fell suddenly, with an astonishing slash that was tens or even hundreds of meters long. The concept carried above. Nothing else. It's the slash that cuts everything in two. Kid. Don't think you can win this way. So what if it's a mythical slash? Liang Miansunyo roared angrily, with his upper body naked, he suddenly spread out his two hands again, and at this moment, the forearms gathered a huge amount of magic power at the same time. Countless slashes struck out in response. But in front of this sword, everything was easily divided into two, and the wind pressure spread out. It's enough to tear apart everything blocking it. In an instant, the magic power accumulated over thousands of years, the experience accumulated in countless battles, and the talent that I am proud of. All these two-faced relationships have finally been completely cut off. Four arms blocked the slash at the same time, but the final result was beyond Sunyo's expectation, the most familiar slash in his life. But at this moment, it became his own reminder. Click! The brilliance of the sword finally passed through Liang Mian Sunyo's body. Falling in the forest behind him, there was a movement like an earthquake. Rumble! The entire forest seemed to be shaking at this moment. The earth parted in front of this blow, as if it was falling into a bottomless abyss. The shock wave spread out and made the entire forest shake violently. Rocks shattered in the squeeze, and trees shattered under the impact. The air wave shattered everything around it. After the air waves receded, only a gap like an abyss remained. It is completely unclear with the naked eye how deep the gap is. It just makes people feel scared. Far away, Gojo Satoru swallowed his saliva as he looked at such an exaggerated blow. He took out a tissue and wiped the sweat from his forehead, and breathed out a sigh of relief. Whew! Fortunately, what I faced was not this move, otherwise I might not be able to stand here and talk anymore. Is this a mythical weapon? Isn't it too powerful? Gojo Satoru couldn't help but muttered. It would be fine if it were just a weapon suddenly shot out from that weird space. Who can withstand these weapons from myths and legends? Anyway, he couldn't stand it anymore. Normally, according to my understanding, the mountain-slaying sword is a weapon made by gods. Simply put, it is a weapon made by the Lord God. Its power is naturally beyond doubt. I never thought that in this life, I would have the opportunity to see it for real. Noxua Gendeo said with emotion on his face. Although it was just the first time I saw a mythical weapon. But the terrifying power revealed this time alone is enough to prove that this is definitely a genuine creation. And they were not the only ones who witnessed the slashing at the same time. Many students, including Megami Fushiguro, could clearly see the horrific damage caused by Yayuan's blow. This is the super magician who surpassed teacher Gojo. Zanai Yuan Maki stared at the sky and swallowed. To even the king of spells from thousands of years ago. In front of Yayuan, it seems to be nothing. Kojaizaki Wild Rose couldn't help but said. I don't know what's going on with the Polygonum Cuspidatum. If Sunyo dies, the Polygonum Cuspidatum will also die, which will be very troublesome. But it looks like it's not injured. As a freshman in the same class as Polygonum Cuspidatum, she was quite concerned about the safety of her companion. Next to her, Fushiguro Megami was also staring at the sky. He looked at Yayuan's figure, but he couldn't help but expect in his heart. Yayuan is so powerful, even more powerful than teacher Wujo, and he also has weapons from mythology. If it is the other party, there should be a way to successfully rescue his sister. Thinking of this possibility, Fushiguro Megami couldn't help but clenched his fists in excitement. Compared with Kizune Hisahito, he was still more concerned about his sister's safety. Liang Mian Sunyo stood quietly in the sky. Although his body didn't seem to have any changes due to this blow. But only Liang Mian Sunyo knew that his soul had been cut in half. This is a blow from the soul. Hey! Boy, what is this move called? Sunyo stared ahead and spoke in a calm tone. He is there from beginning to end. Neither of them ever called Yayuan by his first name. Because in his eyes, whether it's Wu Jiao Satoru or Yayuan, no matter what it is, you should not show any signs of weakness. He follows the creed that I am the only one in the world, and whether I am happy or not is the only guideline for life. He has already given up on his humanity, turned into a curse, and is waiting for the opportunity. Prepare to achieve big things. And even if it failed this time, even if it lost these 13 fingers, it is also valuable to Liang Mian Sunyo. This move. Yayuan stood there and put the sword back into the treasure. He glanced indifferently at Sunyo in front of him. It doesn't have a name. If I had to say it, it would be Zhan Shan. But don't be in a hurry to dissipate. After all, I have specially prepared suitable containment items for you. Such good materials are not easy to find. And for Yayuan, the existence of Sunyo is nothing more than pure experimental material. The reason why I fought against the opponent this time was just to test the upper limit of space slash. Now it seems that it is nothing more than that. Even without using Avalon, it is very easy to avoid or block. Gojo Satoru was actually instantly killed by this move. It seems that he was so arrogant in the end that he didn't even make a dodge move? Say it. A dark round bead appeared in Yuan's palm. A black aura emanated from it. The aura of death seemed to have polluted the surrounding air, making everything around it dim. Even the remaining trees in the surrounding forest withered. Yuan stared at the ball in his hand intently, as if listening to its murmur. The light of the black bead shimmered more and more, easily absorbing Sunyo's soul that was cut into 2 pieces, and used it as material for subsequent research. The original thing with the breath of the underworld is just right for storing souls. If you want, you can cultivate a bunch of special level curse spirits, but existences of this level are nothing to brag about. Yuan stretched and yawned. And in front, the body of Knotweed Yuhito was originally occupied by the two-faced Sunyo. At this time, he gradually returned to normal, the dark lines on his body began to slowly dissipate, and his evil eyes returned to the clarity of an athletic student. Who? I'm scared to death. The first reaction when Hirohito came back to his senses was that he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He witnessed the entire battle inside his body. He finally understood now why Gojo Satoru was defeated so easily. Because Boss Yuan is a complete monster. Just that / can easily separate souls. It is already extremely strong. Wait. Hisuido seemed to suddenly react. He subconsciously glanced at the ground and found that he was staying in the sky because of Sunyo's remaining power. When he realizes this, the remaining strength in the body has been exhausted. The Japanese Knotweed Hishido suddenly fell directly from the air, and he subconsciously shouted loudly. Ah! Mr. Gojo, help me, call out. Gojo Satoru's figure suddenly appeared out of thin air behind Hisashi Hiroyuki. He easily picked up the sports student with one hand, and then stepped in front of Yuan with a bright smile on his face. Jun Yuan, it's all thanks to you that Sunyo happened this time. I don't know if I have time to come to the Conjuring High School to visit you. The principal has great respect for you. Gojo said with a smile. His words lightly erased the matter about Joseojiku. Lin Yozhao, regardless of whether it was caused by a special curse spirit or not. But this moment, Yuan said it was the work of a special curse spirit, and it was the curse spirit that did it. And with the strength of the other party, there is absolutely no need to lie to them to this extent. Yuan has already shown his due strength at this time. This is more convincing than anything else. And Nokshua Gendeo really hopes to use this opportunity of Sunyo to reach an intention to cooperate with Yuan, even if cooperation is not possible. But at the very least, he must never let himself become Yuan's enemy. Are you going to be a guest at the Conjuring College? Yuan groaned. The information from the omniscient and omnipotent star flashed in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly at this time. Can. But I think the timing needs to be modified a little bit. Let's make it this weekend. I need to meet Tianyuan. P.S. The 200,000 betrothal gift is a real thing. Not only that, but all 3 gold coins must be handed over to the opposite parents, saying that this is the custom in their hometown. As for the dowry, they are not mentioned at all. Please give me a monthly ticket, please subscribe, and please subscribe. If you have any questions, you can ask them here and the author will make improvements. I will pay attention to modal particles and squinting. There will be a big chapter update before 1 o'clock in the morning. Chapter 84. Tianyuan. A magician with a very special status in the entire magic world. Although he is not a special level person and does not participate in battles, he has a very high status. The magicians all call him Lord Tianyuan. The reason is that his contribution to the world of magicians is very huge. The huge barrier that now covers the entire Neon was set up by Tianyuan. The advantage of this is, let only Neon in the world be the place where most of the cursed spirits appear. The same is true for the existence of magicians. Only in Neon can powerful magicians exist. But now Tianyuan. Because the assimilation of the astral body failed 11 years ago, it has evolved into a life form similar to a cursed spirit, and the world has become his self. The barrier covering the Neon is with the other party. For Yuan, Tianyuan's barrier is the power he can draw on. After all, he wants to complete the mutual conversion between mantra and magic power and restore the magic level of the world to its peak position. It is most convenient to use existing barriers. Meet Tianyuan. Gojo Satoru groaned. He did not call Tianyuan Lord Tianyuan like others. Riko's death, to some extent, was inseparable from Yuan. I understand. I will tell the principal about this news. I think he will definitely take care of everything. Gojo Satoru said with a smile. He believed that Noxua Gendao could definitely handle all this. After all, this is Yuan's request, not to mention that even if they don't agree, Yuan can easily enter by himself. 1660. Whether they accept it or not, the result is actually the same. In this case, it is better to find a way to satisfy Yuan's needs and achieve the purpose of making good friends. Seeing Gojo Satoru say this, Yuan nodded. Okay, that's it for today. After dealing with Sunyo, it's almost time for me to leave. If you find other Sunyo fingers, remember to send them over. Yuan yawned. He said in a calm tone, and Sunyo's cold snort came from the dark ball in his palm. Kid, don't think you can trap me for the rest of your life with a broken ball. When I get out, I'll kill all the humans. Liang Mian Sunyo didn't expect that after his soul was split in two, it didn't dissipate, but was stored in an inexplicable place by Yuan. To him, this was almost a humiliation in a sense. Of course there is nothing nice to say. Yuan was not surprised by this and casually took the black ball back into the space. Gojo Satoru was looking at this scene. He couldn't hold back the curiosity in his heart and asked. Jun Yuan, in your opinion, compared between me and Liang Mian Sunyo, who is stronger? He was quite interested in the comparison in strength between himself and Sunyo. After all, he was the king of spells 1,000 years ago. Although I have fought against him personally, I should be able to get the answer by asking Yuan. The 13-fingered Sunyo is a little weaker than you. After hearing the question, Yuan chuckled and said, but if it is the 20-fingered or 19-fingered Sunyo, I'm afraid it will end up. It's your, defeat. After hearing Yuan's words, Wu Tiaowusha pondered. That's it. It seems that I still have a lot to improve. Gojo Satoru clenched his fingers, excitement showing in his eyes. He originally thought he was the strongest in the world. But the appearance of Yuan shattered this illusion, and the power of Chuan Sheng Sunyo was extremely amazing. The former is not a spellcaster at all, so he can feel relieved, but the latter is the king of spells 1,000 years ago. Since what others can do, then he can do it too. I'm leaving first. Yuan glanced at the people at the Curse Academy and said casually to Gojo Satoru. We'll talk about the rest later. If you need anything, you can go to Pangxing Sect to find me. After the words fell, a sailing ship made of gold and emeralds appeared in the sky, and the throne of the king flew in the sky. Yuan sat on the throne, overlooking the entire magic college. The mercury-fueled sun crystal generated solar energy for driving, flying at high speed with a powerful concept that ignored the laws of physics. The moment the sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, Yuan's figure disappeared in an instant, and his speed was frightening. Even Gojo Satoru subconsciously measured Ao's acceleration. He found that even if he used Kang, he would accelerate to the extreme. It cannot be compared with the light boat. Sure enough, whether he is fighting me or Sunyo, Yuan is far from using all his strength. This powerful strength, how strong will the organization hidden behind him be? Gojo Satoru was holding the Japanese knotweed Hishido with one hand and sighed with emotion. He was quick to hit his feet. He easily returned to where everyone in the high school was. After he sent Hisuido the knotweed back to the students, he walked straight to Noxua's side. Informed the other party about Yuan's meeting with Tianyuan. Meeting Lord Tianyuan. Noxua Gendao groaned, with a solemn look in his eyes. Indeed, there is no need to simply meet us. If you want to meet, it must be of Lord Kaiwan's level without any exaggeration. With the immortal sacrifice technique, Master Tianyuan is definitely one of the people who knows the most secrets in this world. Tianyuan possesses the immortal spell, but he is not immortal. There is no problem in simply getting old. The problem is that when he gets old enough, the spell will rebuild his body. This can be understood as evolution. He will break away from the category of human beings and become a more advanced being. Exist. The way to prevent Tianyuan from evolving is to choose a suitable container astral body and assimilate it with him every 500 years to refresh the physical information. In this way, the effect of the immortal spell will return to its original point. But the failure 11 years ago has now had its impact, and we must be prepared for the next step. Okay, I will ask Lord Tianyuan for this meeting. When the time comes, Wu Wu will be your guard. Remember to protect the two of us. Noxua Gendao warned seriously. After hearing this, Wu Tiaoqing spread his hands helplessly. No, if Mr. Ye Yuan really wants to take action, I can't stop him at all. If he comes again today, I'm afraid I will be cut in half on the spot, right? It's not like he doesn't know his own strength. Perhaps facing the super-level curse spirit, my unlimited ability is indeed very strong. But in front of Ye Yuan, it was just like a shoddy project, not on the same level at all. Hear this. A tic-tac-toe appeared on Noxua's head, and he picked up his hand and hit Gojo Satoru on the head. Boom! The crisp sound made Gojo Satoru cover his head. Who said you were asked to be Tian Yuan's guard? You were asked to be Ye Yuan's guard. In case Lord Tian Yuan disagrees or wants to harm Ye Yuan, Gojo Satoru, you must take action immediately to capture Tian Yuan. Noxua said in a serious tone. Tian Yuan's status in the world of magic is indeed special, but this does not mean that the other party is supreme. In case Tian Yuan doesn't know how to praise, he must separate the relationship. This made Gojo Satoru suddenly cover his head in pain and was stunned. Good guy. This is directly selling Tian Yuan. But since the other party has lived for so long anyway, he shouldn't be the kind of guy who doesn't understand right from wrong, right? Okay, I will be the escort then. If it had been 11 years ago, I don't know that I wouldn't have accepted it so easily. Gojo Satoru stretched and said with a chuckle. When the words reached this point, he naturally understood the meaning of Noxua's right path. That's it anyway. All must ensure that Ye Yuan successfully achieves his goals. But if Tian Yuan dies, it will be very troublesome for us. Tian Yuan has superb enchantment capabilities. The enchantments at the various strongholds of the conjurer and numerous auxiliary supervisors have been fully strengthened by Tian Yuan. Without his presence, it would be difficult for the magicians to carry out their safety protection and task processing normally. Gojo Satoru put his hands in his pockets and said casually lazily. It was because of the importance of Tian Yuan that he was asked to protect the astral body. It doesn't matter. If we help Ye Yuan achieve his goal, the organization behind him will definitely not treat us badly. The path of magic has come to an end. It's time to think of other ways. Noxua said in a calm tone. He was once listed as the 5th super conjurer and was known as the first person in puppet conjuration. But that's why. Only then did he realize that the current world of magic has become extremely corrupt. Only outside forces must join in to completely muddy the water. Ye Yuan is the dragon crossing the river. That's right. Gojo Satoru's tone suddenly became excited, and there was a killing intent in his eyes. If you say so, then I'll go ahead and do it. Purge the top brass in the magic world. P.S. I just came back from my parents-in-law's house the day before yesterday. I didn't have a good rest yesterday and only updated 2 chapters. An outbreak update will start today. The update time will be 1 chapter from 10 o'clock to 12 o'clock in the morning, 1 chapter from 1400 hours to 1700 hours in the afternoon, and 1 to 2 chapters from 1800 hours to 2300 hours in the evening. The update is expected to be around 14,000 to 18,000. Work hard to make money, alas. Chapter 85. After Hishido, the Japanese knotweed was brought back by Gojo Satoru. Immediately, people from Tokyo universities surrounded him and asked curiously. Huzang, you looked quite handsome when you were possessed by Sunyo just now. Is there anything unusual after your body was cut open? The panda walked up and patted Huzang on the shoulder and said with a smile. Now Sunyo is finally solved in your body. Chan Yuan Maki held the spell tool with one hand and raised the corners of her mouth. Kojizaki Wild Rose clenched her fists and smiled happily. You're lucky. Mr. Yetu Yuan was merciful. Otherwise, I'm afraid you would have been broken into 2 halves by now. Since everyone is back, let's take them back for a dinner party. Salmon. Dogaki agreed. And faced with a series of greetings from everyone, Hirohito the knotweed scratched his head with the palm of his hand and showed a simple and honest smile. At this time, he suddenly noticed that Megami Fushiguro, who was not far away, did not come over. Instead, he had a thoughtful expression on his face. Hey, Hui, what are you thinking about? Hishido knotweed walked up and said hello with a smile. Sunyo has been eliminated now. I finally don't have to serve anymore. He patted Fushihei Hui's shoulder. Ah, yes, congratulations. Fushiguro Hui came back to her senses at this time and responded quickly with a smile. But his eyes were thinking, how to ask that Ye Yuan to save his sister. The other party is an individualist. If you want to impress, you have to find a way to use enough force. It's definitely not possible with his own strength, and if Teacher Gojo doesn't know if he can do it, if it really doesn't work. Fushiguro Megami's eyes suddenly narrowed and she clenched her fists. His last source of support is the Zanai Yuan family. If he succeeds as the head of the family, he should be able to mobilize a lot of resources. This is also the last way. Now, it is completely different from everyone in Tokyo High School. Many students in Kyoto were deeply shocked by the battle just now. Iiri Glass was treating Todo Aoi's arm. A comminuted fracture of the arm. The woman with long brown hair said in a calm tone. After just a moment of contact, all your muscles were broken. Even with the reversal technique, it will take a long time. Her tone easily described the injuries suffered by Todo Aoi. Let several other students around. At this moment, I couldn't help but swallow my saliva, and I was even more surprised. You must know that Todo Aoi is one of the most talented guys among the students in Kyoto. She has the ability to solve special curses at a young age. But it was just a moment of contact with Yuan. He suffered such a heavy blow. For a time, several students were also talking about it. That Yuan, is the ability he used really a spell? How could he be so powerful that even Ryomian Sunyo is no match for him? I wonder if Gojo Satoru can defeat him. The information they know is not as much as that in Tokyo. Gojo Satoru is the #1 person in the world of magic right now. Defeat is definitely a piece of cake. Miwa Kashumi with long blue hair couldn't help but said. She is a fan of Gojo Satoru. In her eyes, Gojo Satoru is undoubtedly the strongest. Even if this newly emerged Yuan is very strong, it can even be said to be one of the strongest beings I have seen so far. Well, after all, we can't fight casually, they are both super-level spell masters. Mechanical Pill said in a calm tone. Anyone who has witnessed Yuan's strength. He understood that he was a quasi-first-level magician and a special-level magician. What an astonishing gap there is. As a conservative, Lianji Yoshinobu cannot explain anything. Once the defeat of Gojo Satoru is announced, the impact will be even more terrifying than Haruto expected. He just stared in the direction Yuan left. The old eyes narrowed. Trouble, the so-called mythical weapon, has yet to be confirmed whether it is true, but this news must be reported. However, there is someone who can defeat Gojo Satoru. It's not something we can limit, so we have to be prepared. Lian Temple Jiashin thought seriously in his heart. And at this moment. But the figure of Gojo Satoru walked straight forward. The white-haired young man walked calmly and came to the front of the old man. Lian Temple Jiashin. He suddenly said. Hand over the location of those old things. In this case, I can spare your life. After all, you have made a lot of contributions to Kyoto universities. Gojo Satoru's purpose is simple. Just kill all these old things that may harm the magic world. If they provoke Yuan, that would be the end. This sentence. Instantly, Lian C. Jiashin's pupil shrank. He stared at Gojo Satoru, only to see in his eyes an indifference and murderous intent that had never appeared in the past. This BD, is he serious? In the corner of the high school. The man wearing 5 cassocks stood quietly, watching Yuan leave. From the beginning to the end of Sunyo's resurrection battle. But it was less than 10 minutes. But this battle brought Suo a new understanding. This is Yuan, the power behind him is more terrifying than himself. But for some reason there has been no trace for thousands of years. Could it be that those organizations that only exist in mythology? If that's the case, it can be explained. Rosso narrowed his eyes. Everything he has done so far. The ultimate goal is to assimilate all human beings with Yuan. But that's actually why it's done. It's just about having fun. But now. Yuan's appearance surprised him, but at the same time, he became more and more interested in the secrets and organization behind this young man. The weapons in mythology, and those things leaked from the Pangxing sect. Both represent a very different path. If we start from this aspect, we may be able to bring new possibilities. Rosso was thinking in his mind. He understands. It is very difficult to exploit a being like Yuan. And there may not be a wise man behind the other party to guide you, so the best way is to show your intentions openly. Oh, please give me flowers. I don't know what happened to what Liho was told to do. If it can succeed, then the girl tied up by the leaky coral this time will have greater value, but the method must be clever. Rosso lived so many years. Not in vain. If you want to win over someone, it's obviously not enough to just do what they like, but you must also give them enough benefits. In these thousands of years, I have collected tens of thousands of cursed spirits. If you make good use of it, maybe you can use this as a bargaining chip. As long as you can achieve your goal, then it doesn't matter if you submit the entire plan. Rosso quickly made up his mind. Compared with the stagnant world of magic, the emergence of Yuan is comparable to the so-called magic spirits and magicians. Much more interesting. It seems it's time to change your plans. When he was thinking about how to win over, he noticed the conjurers approaching from around him, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and quickly disappeared. In the evening, the sun sets. The sun slowly set in the western sky, giving off its last brilliance. The whole street became warm and soft. Beautiful roses bloomed in the flower beds along the street. Exudes bursts of fragrance. Suddenly, a luxury car sped past, its tires scraping the ground rapidly, and its engine making a deep and powerful roar as it passed by. Yuan sat quietly on the sports car and stretched. Call. It didn't take much time to deal with Sunyo. However, I bought some real estate in Tokyo. It was a waste of time to go through the real estate procedures. Sometimes it is troublesome when I have money, he said with a lazy chuckle. After solving Sunyo, he will have tens of billions of dollars on hand. In addition to half of it being given directly to Pengxing cult for operation, the remaining half is used to buy what he wants, such as the villa he lives in this time. Several other villas in the surrounding area were also bought with ease. Basically the expansion will start tomorrow. This kind of thing is for him quite easy. After all, the current rooms are starting to become insufficient. After the villa expands, the entire area will be his territory. I also got Sunyo's soul. The next step of the plan can be carried out almost as soon as next week. But before the plan goes forward, we can also make some preparations. Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. His omniscient and omnipotent star receives a vast amount of information. There are many things that will change after the mysterious return, etc. after the magic power of this world increases significantly. I'm afraid it will cause some changes. But as long as we always observe the future, we can take precautions before they happen. P.S. The next chapter is 5,000 words, I will update it later, please wait. After the mysterious return, it is expected that a new system plot will start, so please stay tuned. If you have anything you like, you can suggest it. Or if you have a favorite strategy character, you can also express your feelings. Chapter 86. Within these hours, there was an uproar in the magic world. The Kyoto and Tokyo conjuring high schools simultaneously issued public announcements. The king of spells 1,000 years ago Yang Mian Sunyo has been eliminated by the super magician Yuan, only a few fingers remain. Whoever collected the fingers is asked to turn it in as soon as possible. In exchange for a special grade magic tool, one Sunyo finger can be exchanged for a special grade magic tool. In order to fulfill the original request made by Yuan, the Conjuring College also made a big splash this time. You must know that this is a special magic tool. Even within the Conjuration College, the number of special grade spell tools is very few. After all, even in the world of magic, only a handful of people can create a workshop for making magic tools. And want to make a special magic tool. It is quite troublesome. Only when the right time, right place, and right person are needed can a special magic tool be made. For conjurers, the existence of these special spell tools is equivalent to their own heritage. As for Sunyo's fingers, although it contains huge magical power, in the final analysis it is nothing more than a cursed object. Under normal circumstances, the spell specialist would take him under his wing, but not only would there be no benefit, but he would be in great danger. But this time, in order to eliminate the two sides Sunyo and please Yuan as soon as possible. Even if the conjuration specialist doesn't hesitate to pay such a price, he must gather the remaining fingers as soon as possible. But what surprised many conjurers even more was that the ghost and god from thousands of years ago, Liang Mian Sunyo, could be defeated by a young man. It's obvious that he has just become a special magician not long ago. Is he that strong? In the underground forums of the magic world, many people are discussing this matter. Liang Mian Sunyo is dead. Is it true or false? Both the Tokyo and Kyoto high schools have specifically stated it, so there should be nothing wrong. That was the strongest ghost and god from 1,000 years ago. It is said that the magicians of that era worked together to challenge the monster, but in the end they were defeated. Hiss. I also find it a bit unbelievable, isn't this Yuan too young? Maybe that Sunyo is a parallel import who has been blown out. Fart. If it's a parallel import, will the High Committee use time-level magic tools as a reward? For the magicians. As long as he is the kind of magician with some family heritage. Everyone knows how appalling it is for Liang Mi and Sunyo to be wiped out. You must know that for thousands of years, the magic world has not even been able to destroy Sunyo's fingers. It can be said to be just a Sunyo. It has suppressed the entire magic world for thousands of years and there is nothing that can be done. But now suddenly tell them. Liang Mi and Sunyo was killed by a newly emerged super magician. Only a few fingers still exist. Naturally, people will be extremely surprised. How powerful is the super magician who suddenly appears? I don't know who is better than this Yuan, or the Gojo Satoru of the past. Gojo Satoru has forced many old people to retire, and even those who have offended him do not dare to show up easily. But when it comes to talent, Yuan is obviously stronger. Indeed, they are both special-level magicians. Gojo Satoru should not have been a match for Ryomi and Sunyo back then, but it would be a different story now. Many conjurers were muttering and discussing among themselves. For them, the information they have obtained now, can be said to be unprecedented. But there are also a lot of people who have a lot of interest in this matter. Able to kill both sides and Sunyo. If they had this kind of strength, they wouldn't be able to do it no matter what. And the news of this made them think of a recent rumor. Could it be that that rumor is true? Did Gojo Satoru really be officially defeated by this Yuan? It's hard to say. Although it's just a rumor, it is indeed quite possible. Doesn't that mean the number one person in the world of magic has been replaced? The thought of this possibility. Many powerful men in the magic world swallowed their saliva. Where did this Yuan come from? He is too strong. To have such amazing strength at such a young age, it was not easy for old people like them to encounter this command. As a result, he was easily crushed by monsters like Gojo Satoru and Yuan. Is there any mistake? Can you do whatever you want if you have talent? At the same time, in an antique room, many high-level people in the magic world gathered together. A Japanese-style screen with a radial pattern hangs on the wall. There were mats on the floor. Several old men were sitting on the tatami, wearing simple clothes and sitting upright. Their faces seemed slightly nervous. What is the origin of this Yuan? So far, we haven't been able to figure out his situation. The execution of Sunyo this time is based on the report from the high school. Yuan's strength still has many hidden parts. If he is not a magician, will it be detrimental to us? The old men pondered over their meal. Naturally, they don't want any more uncontrollable factors. But Yuan's sudden rise completely exceeded their original expectations. Well, we can't rule out this possibility. This kid still wants to meet Yuan. What do you think? The leader, a conservative old man, said calmly. Several other old men suddenly frowned. No. We can't find out the origin of this guy at all. It would be too dangerous for Yuan to meet him rashly. Yes. I have to reject this proposal, let Gojo Satoru do it. That guy thinks he is the strongest anyway, so even if he dies, there will be no loss to us. Indeed, all the blame can be placed on him. Several old men all sneered. They had long been unhappy with this guy Gojo Satoru. He obviously has such great strength, but he looks careless. And their orders are often not followed. It's simply a thorn in the side. If Yuan can be used to deal with Gojo Satoru, it might as well be a good option. However, while they were discussing, the door that was originally locked was suddenly pushed open at this moment. Bang! There was a heavy bang on the door frame, causing several old men to immediately turn their heads and look. What caught their eyes was Gojo Satoru, who had changed into casual vacation clothes. Oh, everyone seems to be discussing my matter. If you can you tell me what you are discussing here? Isn't this bad news for me? He raised his blindfold with one hand and stared at the people in front of him with his pale eyes, a frivolous smile on his face. And the killing intent surged in those blue eyes. But it can't be covered up at all. A quarter of an hour later. Blood surged and flowed on the wooden floor, almost dyeing the surrounding wood scarlet red. The air became heavy with the smell of blood, which made people feel unbearable. Several old men fell heavily to the ground, their eyes widened as if they were in disbelief, and their palms stretched out as if they were trying to grab something. His face was filled with an expression of despair and fear. Wu Xiaogojing stood in the living room without any trace of blood on his body. And behind him, Lianxi Jiashan's figure walked into the room. He looked at the corpses on the ground and sighed softly. Is it necessary to go to this point? These top leaders in the magic world have been carefully trained over the years. Even though these people are old now, they made great contributions to the world of magic when they were young. You are a thief if you are too old to die. This era no longer belongs to them. It is only natural that attempts to impose the rules of the new era on young people will cause backlash. Gojo Satoru said calmly. Glancing at Lianji Jiashan beside him, his tone became gentler. But occasionally there have to be conservatives who come out to pull the reins for the newcomers. I believe it will be okay to leave this matter to you. Nokshua also trusts you very much. Although Lianji Yoshinobu is the leader of the conservative side of the magic society. But he is also good friends with Nokshua Gendeo, and as a 76-year-old man, he still has an electric guitar. Compared to 1.1 compared to other high-level people in the magic world. There is value in staying. Okay, let me handle this matter. Lianji Jiashan sighed helplessly. Gojo Satoru has already done everything, what more can he say? Before many conjurers could react, the top brass of the entire conjuring world had already ushered in a bloodbath. And the world that follows. The changes they will undergo will be beyond their imagination. Boom! The roar of the sports car's engine resounded through the streets, and it finally stopped in the parking garage of a familiar villa. Yuan walked out of the car and yawned. Well, let Mashiro, Yukino, and Harano stay together at home today. I don't know if the relationship will be better. According to the personalities of the three of them, they should be doing their own thing. He chuckled to himself. Then he took steps towards the gate of the villa. PS Chapter 3 is here. Please vote for me, subscribe, and evaluate. In fact, there are quite a lot of events and plots in the spell. The last chapter is just to prepare for a rainy day. I want to ask for your opinions. We'll continue to update according to the old time tomorrow. At the same time, the daily and main lines will continue to advance. Chapter 87. Yuan returned home. The villa is now brightly lit. After he easily opened the door, he saw the figure of Yukinashita Yukino coming, followed closely by Yangno. After the two of them saw that Yuan was unharmed, I felt relieved. Although it is known that Yuan, as the leader of the Pangxing sect, his strength and status cannot be underestimated in the world of magic, it is not worrying to see no one for most of the day. Although I didn't get along with Yuan for a long time. But if the Yukinashita family wants to achieve their goal of joining politics, they still have to rely on the power of the Pangxing sect. When I heard the sports car approaching outside the door, the two of them had already arrived at the gate and were waiting. Shina Mashiro rubbed his eyes lazily and belatedly came forward, still wearing loose pajamas. Mr. Yuan, are you okay? Suino asked cautiously. I took a special leave today to go out. It must be because of things about the magic world, right? Yangno was keenly aware of something and hesitated before speaking. Based on the original information of the Yukinashita family, Yuan usually doesn't take leave from school on weekdays. This time I took a leave of absence for most of the day, obviously to be busy with something. Well, it is indeed for the magic world. There is a man in the world of magic who claims to be the most powerful king of magic thousands of years ago. I was very interested in him, so I resurrected him and arrested him. Yuan said calmly. He casually took out the black ball containing Sunyo's soul from the king's treasure. In that black ball, there was a cold snort from Liang Mian Sunyo. Yuan, do you think that if you seal me away, I will surrender? This time it's just because my strength has not fully recovered yet. When I fully recover, I will definitely be able to kill you. Although the soul of Sunyo is in the black ball, it is impossible to see the outside scene clearly, but the changes after being taken out can still be felt. And at this moment, Yukinashita 09 Yukino and Harano were shocked. The two of them took a few steps back in unison, looking at the black ball and their faces turned pale. Although the two of them are just ordinary people, their instinctive reaction is that they must not get close to this black ball. Yet, actually, you know in your heart that even if you gather all your fingers, your efforts will still be useless in front of me. I have no intention of making you give in anyway. Just act as a test subject honestly. Yuan said with a chuckle. He threw it directly to the mercury maid next to him and asked the other party to send the black ball into the laboratory. Then he turned to look at Yukino and Yangno. You two still need to get used to it. And after Yuan just finished speaking, Shina Mashiro stepped forward, put her soft hands on Yuan, squinted her golden eyes and spoke lazily. Welcome home. When Yukinashita Yangno and Yukino saw this, their pupils shrank slightly. They didn't expect Mashiro to be so direct, and they couldn't help but feel a little bitter in their hearts. They definitely wouldn't be able to do it. After all, the real relationship with Yuan. Not so good yet. Yukinashita Yangno came back to her senses, nodded and smiled. Yes, it's good that Mr. Yuan comes back safe and sound. Yes, just come back. You probably haven't eaten yet. I'll ask the maid to order another one. Yukino said quickly. No, I'm not hungry right now. After Yuan hugged Mashiro, he walked into the living room comfortably, lying on the sofa and noticed the sight of Yangno and Yukino. Are you two so curious about things in the magic world? If you're curious, come over. Seeing Yuan's smile, Yangno and Suino glanced at each other, with a little hostility in their eyes. They all came forward and sat next to Yuan. Well, after all, our Yukinashita family is just a small family. Yangno smiled in a flirtatious tone. She took the initiative to sit next to Yuan, her eyes full of curiosity. Basically, I only know a little bit about the magic world, so I'm more concerned about what happened this time. Yukinashita Yukino was nearby and glanced at her sister's behavior. She frowned slightly. She didn't expect her sister to be so powerful by striking first. She only hesitated a little before the other party took the advantage. But Shina Mashiro's next behavior was even more unexpected. She walked forward, sat directly in Yuan's arms, raised her head and stared at him seriously with her golden eyes. What happened? She tilted her head cutely, although Mashiro actually doesn't care about things in the magic world. But there was a saying in the group before that was right, if Harano and Yukino succeed, they will have less time to consult comics. Never give it up to them easily. Yuan was slightly startled. Why does it feel like Mashiro is more proactive than before? But since everyone else had arrived, he naturally stretched out his hand to easily hold her in his arms, leaning on the girl's shoulder and chuckled. Then let me explain it to you. In an inaccessible warehouse, the figure of Xiaoyuja transformed by Luosuo appears here. With a smile on his face, he easily opened the door with his palm and walked in with striding steps. Luohu, Huayu, I've kept you two waiting for a long time. Raso walked into the warehouse. What caught his eyes were two special-level curse spirits. Liuhu stood in the middle of the warehouse, holding a suitcase. He stared coldly at Raso in front of him. Hey, conjurer! Didn't you say that as long as Sunyo is resurrected, we can successfully bring about the era of curses? I have heard the news about the current spell world. Sunyo was successfully resurrected, but was killed by an imp in the end. The so-called king of spells from 1,000 years ago is simply not worthy of his name. According to Raso's original plan, this time they only needed to take out Sunyo's finger. Then wait until the right time to resurrect Sunyo, and then you can bring the cursed era to the cursed spirit. But now Sunyo is clearly resurrected. But he was wiped out by a kid who suddenly appeared. How should Luohu, who was plotting a great cause, accept this? Huayu next to him just stood there quietly. He had personally experienced the power of Gojo Satoru. If it hadn't run so fast, it would have been completely obliterated in one blow. If you even stay in Neo, there is no way to bring about the prosperous age of curse. So the two special-level spell spirits alone were completely unable to deal with Wujiao Satoru, not to mention the Yuan who suddenly appeared. Raso stood there without any panic at all. He patted the dust on his shoulder, blew a breath and smiled lightly. Well, it's normal that you haven't witnessed it with your own eyes. That Yuan's strength is even better than Gojo Satoru, so even I couldn't predict this accident. The words fell. The expressions of Luohu and Huayu suddenly changed. Both of them have personally experienced the power of Gojo Satoru. He is simply a monster that cannot be described in words. And this Yuan who suddenly appeared, is actually stronger than Gojo Satoru. This is pure cheating. There is such a powerful magician who can even defeat Sunyo. How on earth should we start the prosperous age of curse? Just when the two special-level curse spirits looked ugly, Raso suddenly spoke. But if you want to create an era of curses... He shook his sleeves and said with a chuckle, there is not only one way. Hear this. The expressions of Luohu and Huayu both changed. They all looked at Raso, frowned, and said in confusion. Besides Sunyo, is there any other way? Of course, but Lahu, please give me the suitcase first and let me see if it is a suitable target. Rosso said calmly. Hearing this, Luohu hesitated for a moment, then threw the suitcase directly to Luosuo and snorted coldly. Tell me about the method in your mouth. Although the two special level curse spirits are powerful, they will not be Gojo Satoru's opponent even if they join forces. Now even Sunyo has been dealt with. The only thing he relied on, was the spellcasters in front of him who used each other. Well, don't be anxious, Rosso said with a smile, taking the box easily, and easily opened the suitcase that was big enough for a person. After confirming the identity of the target through some openings, the smile on his face grew brighter. Very good. Fortunately, Luohu, you didn't do anything unnecessary. Now this woman is more important to us. Hearing this, Luohu snorted coldly, stop talking nonsense, just say it if you can. I'm just an ordinary human being. What value can it provide us? After putting away the suitcase with a serious expression, Rosso looked at the two special grade curse spirits in front of him and said calmly. I want to return to the era of curses. Even without Sunyo's help, as long as Wujiao Satoru is sealed, our plan can proceed as usual. Hear this. Luohu's brows frowned at this moment. So what if Gojo Satoru is sealed, as long as that Yuan takes action, we are still no match. After hearing this, Fuzuo said calmly. Luohu, what you want is for the cursed spirit to have a human identity and gain the status of a human being, right? But that doesn't mean wiping out all humans. Human beings are also the place where negative energy is born for the cursed spirits. Eliminating all humans is equivalent to making the cursed spirits extinct. Hearing this, Luohu frowned. He really has never thought about annihilating all humans. After all, even if the era of curses comes in the future, there must be enough humans in the West. What does this have to do with that kid? Luohu snorted coldly and waved his hand. Huayus beside him groaned and said. What you want to say is to let Yuan and us cooperate, but he is a human being, and he is also a super magician. Even Sunyo was wiped out by him. Suzuo sat casually on a stone, looking at the two special grade curse spirits in front of him with a bit of contempt and amusement. You can't say that, Yuan is an out-and-out individualist. Although he has eliminated many curse spirits, he will not help the curse experts. This time Sunyo was just targeted as his target. Besides, he is not actually a magician. Rosso quickly made all this clear. Including the scene of 353 that I saw. Fighting against such a monster will lead to death in the end. But for leaky corals. He just stared at Rosso with a cold expression, a blazing flame burst out from one hand, and he grabbed a steel bar next to him and easily pinched it. What you want to say is, let us cooperate with that human and barely give the curse spirit a space to survive. What a joke. I want to be in the era of cursed spirits. Human beings are only worthy of being slaves in front of the cursed spirit. Give me your own fears. Chao Hu said in a deep voice word for word. Yes, this is the era he wants to achieve. Human beings are afraid of cursed spirits, but they have to serve them. They are dominated from birth to death. It's a pity that it can't be done. 11 Rosso stood there, his eyes turned cold. He had already changed his plan, and it didn't matter whether he continued to cooperate with these two special spell spirits. Because you two are too weak. Too weak to change anything. Now that we have said this, the cooperation between us ends here. I wish you good luck in the future. Rosso said with a decisive chuckle. Continuing with these two special spell spirits would not bring him any more fun, so he might as well do it by himself. Find a way to cooperate with Yuan. What did you say? Kaehu roared slightly angrily, and blazing flames suddenly emerged at this moment, causing the temperature of Zozi to rise sharply. But the Rosso figure was just clutching the suitcase. As if it had been prepared for a long time, it immediately summoned many curse spirits, and the figure retreated out of the warehouse almost instantly. Thousands of cursed spirits were flying in the sky, rushing towards Coral and Huayu. Boom! The huge curse power turned into flames and burst out instantly, easily swallowing up many curse spirits almost instantly. But when Liu wanted to pursue him, only then did he realize that Rosso's figure had disappeared without a trace. Hey! Huayu, you just let this guy go like this? Luohu shook off the flame in his palm and looked at Huayu dissatisfied. If Huayu had taken action with him just now, there would still be a chance to keep Jisoo behind. You must know that Rosso has prison gates in his hands. Hua Yu was silent for a moment and then spoke. He's right. We are still too weak now after all. Whether it's Gojo Satoru or Ye Yuan, we are no match. What we can do now is to strengthen the power of the curse spirit. After that, Hua Yu walked up to Luo Hu. I have an idea. Chapter 88. Method. Luo Hu was stunned when he heard this, and then quickly asked, what can I do? Unlike Rosso, a spell master of unknown origin, Hua Yu is also a special level spell spirit like him. They are absolutely life and death partners. Compared with Jisuo, he obviously wants to trust Hua Yu more. The curse spirit is a curse formed by human negative emotions. Because it cannot be controlled, it overflows and eventually accumulates to form a curse spirit. Once the existence of the curse spirit is announced, in a short period of time, it will inevitably cause widespread panic, which will lead to the rapid birth of the curse spirit. Hua Yu said calmly. Although he is a curse spirit, in terms of nature, he is more peaceful than most curse spirits. The essence is also closer to that of elves. Hearing this, Luo Hu was stunned for a moment, then frowned. Ordinary mortals can't see the curse spirit. To them, our cursed dragon is just a illusory thing. It's not easy to convince these stupid mortals. He looked down upon mortals at all. To be precise, even before Gojo Satoru had a fight, he just thought that the opponent was just a human being. It is simply a piece of cake to destroy it yourself. Hua Yu said calmly. Of course, so we have to be prepared. Just like what Xia Yu did before, wait for enough time to announce the existence of the cursed spirit all at once. Through TV stations and other means. Let these people believe in the existence of the cursed spirit and understand that the cursed spirit will bring them certain death. In Hua Yu's view, the whole world can be compared to a curse production factory. Negative emotions are the raw materials, the rules of the world are the converters, and ordinary people are factory workers. Among them, the spellcasters who are attacked first by the spell spirits are high-quality feed, and the non-spellcasters who are killed are ordinary feed. Announce the existence of the curse spirit. It will cause negative emotions to surge, which will lead to a rapid increase in factory output and an explosion in the quantity and quality of curse spirits. At that time, even Gojo Satoru or that Ye Yuan, facing the cursed spirits that keep popping up all over the world, you will definitely be overwhelmed. What's more, once the existence of the cursor is announced, other countries, including other countries, may also focus on the existence of the curse. At that time, it will be their opportunity. After hearing this, Luo Hu held back his original anger and slowly clenched his fists with determination in his eyes. Okay, just follow Hua Yu's method. As long as the cursed spirit can stand on this land as a human being in 100 years' time, then our goal will be achieved too. Even without Sunyo, we still have to achieve our goal. Luo Hu said in a deep voice. As its words fell behind, Hua Yu also nodded slightly. Even if there are only a few of them left as special grade curse spirits, they will never surrender to humans easily. Under the night sky. After Rosso easily got rid of the 2 super-level curse spirits. But at the entrance of an alley, he was stopped by a white-haired child wearing monk-like clothing and with a hairstyle of unknown gender. Hey! This is different from what we promised before. Didn't you say that we would take advantage of this time to get Master Sunyo's finger back? What happened now? Japanese knotweed Yuhito is dead. Li Mei stopped Rosso and shouted in a deep voice. He is Liang Mian Sunyo's subordinate from thousands of years ago, and he is also a magician from thousands of years ago. He has survived to modern times by some means. Resurrection of Lord Sunyo. This is his long-cherished wish. The original purpose of cooperating with Rosso was for this purpose, but now something happened to Mr. Sutton. Are you kidding me? How could those mere conjurers be that lord's opponent? It's simple, because someone stronger has appeared. Polygonum Japonica is not dead, but the Sunyo soul and spell power in his body have dissipated and were collected by Lord Ye Yuan. Rosso looked at Li Mei with an indifferent expression. He said calmly. Li Mei's question was what he expected. After all, the other party's purpose of cooperation from the beginning was for Sunyo, but now that something happened to Sunyo, they would definitely want to get information from him. Hear Shuangsuo's words. Li Mei's pupils shrank slightly, she clenched her fists and snorted coldly. Since Lord Sunyo is just trapped, we should rescue him immediately. Don't forget, your goal can only be achieved by Master Sunyo. Not as a last resort. He was unwilling to risk his life with the monster Rosso. After all, so much has passed, God knows how many cursed spirits this old guy has collected. The number is probably incalculable. He also understands. It is very difficult to achieve your goals by yourself. The best thing is to use this guy Rosso. I'm sorry, I'm tired of double talking. After all, I met him once with my own eyes and found that although this king of spells from thousands of years ago has made some progress, it's not much. Suzuo stretched out and answered casually. Liang Mian Sunyo is already a toy of the past to him. For him, as long as he can achieve an interesting goal, it doesn't matter even if he sacrifices his life. But now Sunyo. He no longer has the qualifications to do so. On the contrary, Yuan is obviously more interesting. If you can make a good friend, you may be able to learn more secrets of the world. For Rosso, this is the most critical thing. UBD. Then don't even think about leaving here. Anger appeared in Li Mei's eyes, spell power surged in his hands, and he recited plausibly, ice condensation curse, frost. The biting cold air burst out. Along with the cold air in Li Mei's hand, the entire alley was frozen in the blink of an eye, but the plain figure disappeared. Li Mei, from the moment I talked to you. I'm ready. Suddenly there was the sound of a rope being stolen from above the alley. He sat on top of the cursed spirit, glanced at Li Mei indifferently, and quickly disappeared with the suitcase in hand. Only Li Mei was left, staying where he was, helpless and furious. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Sir Sunyo will not lose because of those weak modern magicians. He must be using some trick. We must find a way to get Lord Sunyo back. Anger filled Rimei's eyes. But he is not a fool. He naturally understands that a special spell master cannot be dealt with so easily. Not sure though. Why did Mr. Sunyo lose? But after all, we are human beings, so at worst we should start with the people around Yuan. Even if he can't beat the super magician. But dealing with ordinary people is not something that can be done easily. Humph. Modern magicians are weak because they retain their humanity, and this is exactly the weakness that defeats them. There was a hint of coldness in Li Mei's eyes. Clenching his fists, his whole body was covered with huge spell power, he turned around and left the place and disappeared into the alley. In the villa, Yuan took out a blue orb from the table. It was placed on the table and emitted a faint light, trembling slightly. Suddenly, a ray of light burst out from the center of the orb, turning into a projection-like picture. Easily project the original battle between Yuan and Sunyo. Although only for a few minutes. But they were able to witness the powerful two-faced Sunyo, the terrifying realm, the astonishing space slash, and the invincible Yuan. These images were clearly reflected in their eyes. Even though I understand that this really exists in the real world, witnessing this terrifying scene is like being in a Hollywood virtual movie. Yukinashita Yukino and the others still couldn't help but swallow their saliva. They thought Yuan was unscathed. The guy he faced wasn't scary. Even if he had the title of King of Spells 1,000 years ago, it was only in name. But after seeing the real battle from the light curtain, they, Li Zhao, understood how ridiculous their ideas were. Those two-faced Sunyo are simply terrifyingly strong. If you are in a big city, I'm afraid you can easily kill thousands of people with just one move. And this kind of scary guy, in front of Yuan, seems to be always being played between his hands. He was being crushed from beginning to end. One can imagine. Just how strong is Yuan? Shina Mashiro sat in Yuan's arms, opened her golden eyes wide, and recorded the scene with real eyes. She turned to look at Yuan seriously. Yuan, can you use this as comic material? If I want to draw a hot-blooded battle comic in the future, it can be used as a reference. After all, the more experience, the better. Of course. Yuan agreed casually. Anyway, I'll wait until Mashiro tries to do hot-blooded comics. The world has already changed. Thank you, this is a return gift. After Shina Mashiro thanked her seriously, she suddenly raised her head, took the initiative to look at her fair cheek, and pressed her cherry lips against it. Well. Chapter 89. By Yinghui, this two-faced Sunyo, is so amazing. Shiro Gain-Q, if it were me, there would be no way to stop so many slashes, little bird Eureka, humph. When I, the evil king's true eye, fully grow up, I will definitely be able to defeat this guy. Little bird Eureka, we are magicians. Shiro Gain-K, I remember that there is a magic eye, right? Is there a way to defeat this monster? Yotani Maiko, et. No, considering the repulsion of the backlight sword and the suppression of the demon eye, I am no match at all now. Yoko Maiko, unless, when you grow up. Shina Mashiro, well, I think it's okay. Didn't Yayuan-kun kill this guy easily in seconds? Shiro Gain-kei, well, Mashiro is right. By Yinghui, Mr. Yayuan easily killed Sunyo instantly. We can't be afraid. Odori Yurika, that's right. We are also magicians, and it's not like we have never dealt with things like curse spirits. Odori Yurika, I'll definitely be able to defeat it later. Becky and Jihu, well, by the way, Yayuan, will you come to class tomorrow? Yayuan, of course, I miss you, monitor. I remember there is a physical education class tomorrow. I can give you some rewards then. Sai Yinghui, et. Little bird Eureka, reward? I always feel that something is not right with the monitor's reaction. Discussions in the chat group. Unknowingly, it was 11 o'clock in the evening. Because there are still classes tomorrow, Shiro Gain-kei, Kodori Eureka and Yotsuga Miko are in a hurry. They all said good night to each other and fell into a deep sleep. Shina Mashiro looked at the phone screen quietly. She got up and sat at the computer desk in her pajamas, picked up the tablet, and began to draw comics seriously. Although she is a natural talent for oil painting. But for the comics industry, I am just a newcomer. All my knowledge about romance comics comes from other romance comics and my interactions with Yayuan. After 1 hour. She held the electronic pen of the digital tablet in her right hand, gently poked her cheek, and fell into deep thought for a while. I always feel like this comic is missing something. Originally, according to the progress, this comic is supposed to be about a misunderstanding between the male and female protagonists, who wake up in the same bed early in the morning. But she had absolutely no idea how to describe their reactions. When I usually wake up, either he looked sloppy, or he wasn't in bed at all. Taking this as an experience, it seems that what you draw may not necessarily make others buy it, which is really difficult. Comics are so difficult. Shina Mashiro whispered. It's not like she has never contributed comics. But the response was, only good pictures, poor story, and no plot. To make up for this. That's why she came back to Neon from abroad. However, recently under the guidance of Yayuan, the plot issues have indeed improved to a certain extent, and are much stronger than before. At the very least, it won't lead to boring conclusions. Because she tried to draw Yayuan and the people around her as materials. Although the style has changed to a harem romance comic, the audience seems to have increased, and supporters often ask for follow-up. Well, in that case, just go find Yayuan and ask. After Shina Mashiro thought hard and meditated to no avail. This decision was made without hesitation. He didn't care at all that it was already 12 o'clock in the evening. For her who has no common sense in life, the time for painting is the same no matter what time it is. By the way, it can also prevent sneaky cats. Also, increasing the progress between you and Yayuan's lover should also help you learn about love, right? Shina Mashiro just thought about it for a while. I just feel that this decision has many benefits. She could clearly see the looks between Yukinashita Yukino and Yangano during the day, and they were obviously staring at Yayuan. Although Shina Mashiro doesn't understand a lot of common sense in life. But she never doubted her own vision of others. In this case, of course, the opportunity cannot be missed. In her eyes, Yayuan is obviously very responsible as a pet owner and lover. If she wanted to let her out easily, Mashiro Shina would obviously not agree to this. Soon, the cat-like girl moved her white steps from the chair and stepped on the ground with her bare feet. He opened the door easily and directly. Walked straight over. Night fell over the room. The only bedside lamp cast a faint glow. As if he had expected it, Yayuan lay on the bed and opened his eyes, turning his head to look at the door calmly. What's wrong, Mashiro, can't you sleep in the middle of the night? Or is there something wrong? The blonde girl was not in a hurry to answer at the moment. Instead, he stepped forward and took the initiative to sit on the bed. Her white legs pressed the layers of quilts under her body. Shina Mashiro sat on Yayuan's body, her golden eyes twinkling slightly. She was wearing a set of pink pajamas. Delicate off-white lace adorns the top half of the dress. A corner of the quilt was spread over her thighs, revealing her fair skin, which was smooth and tender and looked extremely attractive. The figure is outstanding. Because of her slender waist, her breasts look quite plump, revealing her charming white belly. But Mashiro Shina doesn't seem to mind this. She just sat quietly, staring at Yuan, tilting her head with a faint smile on her face. That. Yuan, I want to complete my painting, can you help me? Shina Mashiro's beautiful eyes stared quietly, waiting for an answer. 0, please give me flowers. Of course, wasn't this agreed from the beginning? Yuan looked at the girl in front of him and replied without hesitation. No matter what comes next. I will accompany you until the end. The young man said seriously. He knew that Shina Mashiro was different from others. Bai Yingwei came forward because of the grace of saving his life, and Zionio Yuliwa was a lonely person who found his partner. Yatsuya Maiko is because of the threat posed by the yin and yang eyes. And the desire for power. But Mashiro Shina doesn't care about these. Whether it's a curse spirit, a conjurer, or a magician, these are not in her sight or hands. To her, the existence of these things merely represents material. As a saying goes, Mashiro lives in the world of painting. Shina Mashiro looked at Yuan. Her eyes were filled with an enviable gentleness and softness. Well, Yuan, I can't be like Shiro Gainkei, I can't be like Kodori Yurika, I can't be like Yacht Shugamiko. 0, I can't be like a normal person. All my emotions are devoted to painting, so can you please, complete the next painting with me? I believe that will be my crowning masterpiece. There was a rare hint of timidity in her tone. This was the first time Yuan heard Shina Mashiro use this voice, like a cat that was not expecting anything. Continue to wait for the boy's answer. Well, I will complete the next painting with you. Looking forward to the day when it's completely finished. Yuan replied seriously. He understood that this was the girl making her own choice. After he answers, his relationship with Mashiro will change further, moving one step closer to being a lover. And this is what Yuan is looking forward to. After all, when a beautiful girl like Mashiro Shina approached her, it would be too hypocritical for him to refuse. His words. It made Mashiro look satisfied. It's like a reassuring smile after releasing everything, bathed in the dim light, looking particularly charming. Ah, that's good. Even though Yuan likes many people, I still like Yuan. After Shina Mashiro finished speaking seriously. After explaining your confession and emotions thoroughly. The rest is self-evident. Her fingers easily pulled away the quilt, and then she leaned forward and put her lips on her lips again without hesitation. What she received in response was the boy's outstretched arm. Just like the pure and gentle clarity of Shina Mashiro. Once you identify someone, you will never waver again, even if you give everything you have. But even Shina Mashiro didn't expect it. Because Yuan's body is now blessed by Dragon Heart, both in terms of endurance and abilities, there has been an astonishing improvement. She was unable to draw with peace of mind for several days. A sleepless person. Chapter 90. Early Tuesday morning. Sunlight streamed into the room through the windows. It illuminates the entire space brightly and warmly. The rising sun has not yet completely risen, but it has already dyed the sky pink. Yuan got up from the bed contentedly. Put the girl who is still sleeping in her arms in the bed and cover her with the quilt. He stretched his waist and thought about the enjoyable night. Honestly, Yuan didn't expect that he would be attacked by Genbei yet. But he still underestimated the impact of Yukino and Yang No's arrival, as well as his position in Mashiro's heart, and finally let the other party make this decision. However, it was actually a good gift to Yuan. If Mashiro Shina's drawing talent can be used properly, she can become a very powerful magician. But the only pity. Because he promised to go to school today, the rest of the fun can only wait until later. Yuan yawned lazily. Hadot. He immediately got up from the bed and washed himself. He casually opened his current attribute 610 panel. Name, Yuan ability, King's Treasure, the ability to connect to the Golden City, connected to the space of the treasure house, and the props in it can be taken out freely. Each item taken out requires 1 point of magic power. The omniscient and almighty star, sees all corners of the earth like the radiance of a star, understands everything, and is aware of the truth and weaknesses behind the mystery. Although it is currently partially unlocked due to physical improvement, its status is still not enough. Dragon Heart Transformation X, the result is a magical furnace heart as a dragon species, the magic reserve is increased by 3000, and the body is strengthened to a certain extent. Current magic value, 7100/7100 items, First Aid Potion 10, Energy Potion 10, Magic Molotov Cocktail *5, some gems, Avalon Scabbard, X Noble Phantasm, etc. Accumulated sign-in days, 5 days, yes/no sign-in. Since the last time I drew the Dragon Heart transformation, Yuan has basically never carried out unilateral ability extraction. As for the increased magic power, it was brought about by the transformation of Dragon Heart. His physique did not fully develop the Dragon's Heart all by himself. But with the process of Dragon Heart integration, both the physical strength and the magic power will be further improved. This time I have been saving for 5 full days, and maybe I can get something good from it. Well, even if it's bad luck, at the very least, it should be able to increase the upper limit of magic power by a large margin. Yuan has no intention of continuing to save. Although his omniscience and omnipotence cannot predict the future of system extraction, but he consciously told him that this extraction should produce something good. Think of this. Yuan looked at the light curtain in front of him, silently thinking in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in. The current sign-in days have been cleared. Reward, Demigod Godhead Introduction. There are 2 types of gods existing in the universe. The god who transforms things that originally existed and the gods who were born as gods. The gods that originally existed are, the sun, moon, and other celestial bodies, as well as natural phenomena such as storms and earthquakes, are regarded as objects of belief and thus become gods. The gods born as gods are, it originated in the human world, spread in the world due to various factors, and finally broke away from the human category and became an object of belief. Hero, savior, or systems that contribute to prosperity are such gods. The first type of natural phenomena has consciousness and personality, and rules the earth with the laws of heaven. The second category reaches the realm of gods as humans and controls the laws and rules of the world with their own will. Ability, after holding it, you will have the second type of demigod godhead, and you can easily control the magic and physical laws within a certain scale. Regardless of whether the true name is spread, there is no doubt about the status of God. Note, the omniscient and almighty star has been fully unlocked. Looking at what is gained, Yuan's pupils contracted, with a look of surprise in his eyes. Demigod. You must know that those who can be called demigods at least have the body and magic power to be close to gods. And only now the all-knowing and all-powerful star. It has already brought him great benefits. After his omniscience and omnipotence are fully unlocked, his strength will definitely become more powerful. And with the promotion of Godhead, shining golden light spots gradually emitted from Yuan's body and limbs, and each light spot was enough to distort the surrounding physical laws. He is constantly transforming his body. Information from the entire planet floods into my mind, including the past, present and future, every moment. All were clearly displayed in front of Yuan. Yuan silently felt the energy in his body, his breathing became more steady, and his eyes had a vague indifference belonging to the gods. Is this the complete form of the omniscient and omnipotent star? Because every move you make can easily rewrite the future. Yuan narrowed his eyes. With the unlocking of the omniscient and omnipotent star, the flow of information flows to him faster, and he can easily control this information. I really hit the jackpot this time. Yuan chuckled. There was a rare uncontrollable joy in his heart. In the worldview of Xingyu, in their heyday, these demigods were beings above heroic spirits. For example, even if Jin Shining was alive without the sublimated king's treasure, he and Enki still beat the bull of heaven to death. Just based on this. This is enough to prove that this is the heyday of Gilgamesh. Name, Yuan. Person, demigod. Ability, as a demigod in the mythical system, he has certain powers, can freely control the physical laws around him within a certain range, and is resistant to conceptual abilities such as space and time abilities. 0 Godhead transformation, the product of the joint metamorphosis of the natural body and divinity, the physical strength is greatly improved, and it is immune to the damage caused by physical weapons with a certain degree of mystery. King's treasure, the ability to connect to the Golden City, connected to the space of the treasure house, and the props in it can be taken out freely. Each item taken out requires 1 point of magic power. The omniscient and omnipotent star sees all corners of the earth like a star, understands everything, and perceives the truth and weaknesses behind the mystery. Dragon Heart Transformation X, the result is a magical furnace heart as a dragon species, and the body is greatly strengthened, and the self can be switched to dragon species mode, Current magic value, unknown/god level items, first aid potion 10, energy potion 10, magic burning. Bottle *5, some gems, Avalon scabbard, X Noble Phantasm, etc. Accumulated check-in days, 0 days, yes/no check-in. Yuan looked at the words in the light screen. Compared to before, the amazing magic power surging within him now. It is almost impossible to describe it with pure quantity. Because even if he is only a demigod, the magic power he can mobilize covers almost the entire surrounding area. If that doesn't work, you can even extract the earth veins directly. This is the power of gods. Now, with the blessing of the king's treasure, he is definitely not weak even if he is placed at the god level. Second only to those who are known as the main gods, or the most superior gods. Just one blow. You can easily engulf an entire city with EA. Even if Sunyo, Wu Jiao Satoru and all the magicians were bundled together, they would still be far from his current opponent. Yuan took a deep breath when he saw this. He looked up and out the window. Staring at the bright sky, the golden particles around him gradually dissipated, and the exposed dragon eyes returned to calm. The person I am now. Only one can be said to be able to destroy the world by himself. In this case, the next plan should start in advance. Yuan pondered in his heart. He already had certain arrangements for his plan. It's just that after suddenly becoming a demigod, he relied on predicting the future to see through the actions of the spell spirits and spell masters, as well as the future changes. He decided to start a step ahead. Let the future lead to what you want as soon as possible. At this time, Yuan stretched out his palm toward the sky, covering the bright sun with one hand, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. It's time to reproduce the miracle of the third method. P.S. Please give me flowers. Please give me monthly tickets. Please follow up with orders. Chapter 91. It's almost time to go. Yuan briefly sorted out the information he obtained. After confirming, he opened the door and got into his own luxury car, easily turning the switch to make a roaring sound. As the engine roared, the luxury car disappeared at the end of the road at an alarming speed. It didn't take long. Yuan's figure came to the school gate as always at this time. The entrance of Zaiwan School is as lively as ever. Children from many famous families, many outstanding students, or expanded students with special talents, walked into the school in 2s and 3s. After Yuan got off the luxury car, he also walked to the classroom. Good morning, classmate Yuan. Classmate Yuan, there will be a dinner party at my house in a few days. I wonder if there is a chance to enjoy it and eat it. Jun Yuan, this is my love letter, can you accept it? Yuan received a warm welcome along the way. However, most of these students are trying to get in touch with Yuan under the instructions of their families and elders. After all, Yuan's identity is now. He didn't hide it deliberately. You can easily find out through investigation that the other party is a student of Shuchen. But how to make friends has become a big problem. Although there are many students in Shuqian, there are only a few who are powerful enough to be on par with the Shinomiya family, but there are not even a few. Without any exaggeration, people like Yuan have thick breasts that even the Shinomiya family needs to please. What qualifications do these people have to make friends? So what can be done is naturally to let the students currently in Zaiwan try their best to please Yuan. Whatever the other person needs, they must all try their best to seize this opportunity to make friends. Yuan naturally waved his hand and refused. Back inside the classroom. Good morning. Contractor. Hey, good morning, Mr. Yuan, I wish you were not late today, otherwise I wouldn't know how to report it to the class teacher 09. Well, good morning, Yinhua, Bai Yanli. I won't be skipping class today. Yuan replied with a chuckle. After hearing Yuan's answer, Bai Yinghui, who was sitting in the front seat, folded his hands on his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. After all, you're really popular. Not long after you came in at the gate, I saw you surrounded by other girls confessing your love. You are even more popular than before. How about it? Is there any girl you like in there? Bai Yinghui asked casually. But she cheered up and looked at Yuan seriously, trying to get the answer from him. Of course not. My eyes are not that low. To be chosen by me as a member of the aristocratic family, one must be outstanding. Those people don't deserve it at all. Yuan chuckled. He is not interested in ordinary women who throw themselves into his arms casually. Since they are all in the anime world, the ones who have to be accepted must at least be beautiful girls who are outstanding in anime. Even if these girls from ordinary families really come to our door, it's just an outlet for him. It's not worth caring about at all. If he wanted to, he didn't know how many people would be willing to send their daughters or partners to their doorstep. Well, I know Mr. Yuan is not such a superficial person. Is it because so many people gathered around because of the impact of defeating the guy named Liang Mi and Sunyo in the video? Bai Yingwei chuckled happily. Her silver white hair hangs down to her waist, and paired with a student uniform, she looks very cute. The little bird Yuliwa snorted softly. Those women must have chosen to take the initiative because of the strength of the contractor. They really have no bottom line. The contractor would not fall in love with such a woman. She muttered quietly. Obviously she also knew that if her words spread, it is estimated that it will be posted on the school forum tomorrow, and those girls will definitely feel offended by then. Well, that's not the reason. It's because, as the leader of the Pangxing sect, I was currying favor with the 4th house Chable, and there are also people who want to take advantage of me. Get something that can help them. Yuan sat at the desk and said calmly. Although the matter of two-faced Sunyo is widely circulated in the magic world, but for Chables in the real world, most ordinary Chables want to get timely information from inside the magic world. It's not that easy. These people were mainly frightened by the Shinomiya family's actions. After all, this is normal. This time, the Sagong family has ceded a quarter of its various industries to pave the way for the Pangxing sect. Pretty much within just a few days, branches of the Pangxing cult have popped up all over the Neon country. And the entire Pangxing sect organization is still developing at an alarming rate. I see. Bai Yingwei thought thoughtfully. She is naturally no stranger to the Shinomiya family, especially last time the eldest daughter of the Shinomiya family, Shinomiya Kagaya, came to Yuan in person. It is enough to prove how high the gold content is. It's natural to be flattered. While several people were talking, on the side, Ying Lily, with her lovely long golden hair in twin ponytails hanging down her back, looked at this scene with a look of reluctance. She was obviously the one who came first. Whether it's becoming Yuan's desk mate, or become friends with each other. But these guys don't know when to get there first. Honestly. Since the last exchange with Yuan at the art exhibition, she has not known how she should face him. Whether it's being a part of the other side, or maybe it was about superpowers and evil spirits. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't believe anything she said. And what surprised her even more, shortly after returning home on Friday, her parents quickly took the initiative to ask regarding whether Yuan is in the same class as her, as well as the current relationship between the two, etc. She hinted that she should work hard to become Yuan's partner. It doesn't matter if it's just one of them. Is it because of Mr. Yuan's ability and identity? As expected, as long as it is gold, it will shine no matter what. Ying Lily thought secretly in her heart. But she quickly thought of those girls who threw themselves into their arms, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency in her heart. If this continues, the distance between her and Yuan, it will get further and further away. Ying Lily narrowed her eyes seriously at this time. She made up her mind to wait for the guy who would find a way to convey her feelings to the sky during her lunch break. Soon. Ding dong one by one. As the class bell rang, the whole morning of classes passed by unconsciously. Just when Ying Lily was planning to wait for the right moment and invite Yuan to the uninhabited rooftop, Bai Yingwei's words suddenly came. Jun Yuan, the head teacher has asked you to come over. Okay, I get it. Ying Lily was stunned in her seat. She could only look at the young man's leaving figure, clenching her fists unwillingly at this moment, and her heart was full of reluctance. Damn it! I must confess successfully next time. In the office, she wore black suit pants that clung to her graceful curves, and her professional uniform set off her exciting figure. Beautiful girl with long black hair is sitting at the desk. A lazy atmosphere emanates from her body, and her crossed legs outline a graceful arc, highlighting her intoxicating figure. The lovely temperament is revealed with the look in her eyes. Hirotsuka Shizuka yawned. Ha, please explain. What on earth have you done this week? Other chables can't wait to put students in this class. Thanks to you, the number of applications for transfer students and transfer students has increased overnight to more than the previous 10 years combined. Hirotsuka Shizu's tone was slightly helpless. But her eyes were full of disbelief and wonder. As far as he knew, Yuan's life background was not too luxurious. At least he had never heard that the other party came from a famous family. But now it actually makes everyone in the family obsessed with it. Many chaebol are even more eager to hope that their daughters can have a relationship with Yuan. This fanaticism alone makes her unable to understand. What exactly did Yuan do? That's why these chaebols all look like lap dogs. Yuan spread his hands innocently upon hearing this. You can't blame me. It's just that a few days ago, the fourth house Zaibatsu started to please me with some things that these Zaibatsu are interested in. That's why they get so excited. He looked like it had nothing to do with him. Anyway, he didn't let these chaebols do anything. They came to his door one by one on his own initiative. So what should he do? And I heard that the Shinomiya Zaibatsu was trying to please. Hirotsuka Shizuka frowned slightly and was about to ask. In her mind, a huge creature suddenly flashed across her mind, her face suddenly changed, and she looked forward in great surprise. Yuan, the favor of the Sinogong family you are talking about? Is it the Sinogong family known as the heart of the country? Really? Hirotsuka Shizu swallowed. The Shinomiya Zaibatsu has a net worth of 1.8 trillion US, which is a terrifying behemoth that has escaped from the Japanese yen twice. And such existence. How could he please the young man in front of him? For a while, Hirotsuka stared at the handsome young man in front of him, and found that he could not see through it more and more. Ming only agreed to become his agent a while ago. Learned a lot of information. But now, Shizuo Hirotsuka realizes that what he seems to understand is just the tip of the iceberg revealed by Yuan. Yuan smiled, otherwise, besides the Sigong family, who else can have this kind of energy? He sat in his chair and stretched. His eyes were looking at the heroic figure of the beautiful woman unceremoniously. Of course, I know teacher, you have many questions in your mind. But it won't be long before you will understand why the Shinomiya family chose to make such a decision. Hear this. Naturally, Hirotsuka Shizu couldn't ask any more questions. Just those beautiful eyes glanced at the smiling boy. Pretend to be a ghost. And just when she was about to continue browsing the web, she saw an advertisement suddenly pop up on her computer desktop. She subconsciously clicked delete. Immediately afterwards, the entire computer screen suddenly went black, and then several haggard reporters familiar with the TV station appeared on the screen. In the grey room, there is a middle-aged female host holding a microphone. There was a hint of reluctance on her face, a forced smile. Sorry, good afternoon everyone. I am Miss Sato, as you are familiar with it. Hirotsuka Shizuka, who originally thought it was computer poisoning, was slightly startled when she saw Miss Sato appear. The other party is the most popular host on TV Tokyo. Even if she doesn't like watching TV, they are all familiar with this. What kind of advertisement is it that makes Miss Sato take action? Everyone, here's what I'm going to reveal. It's the truth of this world. The female host smiled reluctantly. Behind her, there were dozens of figures lifted into the air by inexplicable power. The picture was extremely realistic. All of them are well-known celebrities or hosts. There are many singers, celebrities, athletes, etc. But on these people's faces, they all show the instinctive fear of life. Even the best acting skills will never be able to show such an expression. The female host trembled with her legs and smiled tremblingly. Actually, there are monsters called curse spirits hidden in our lives. They are invisible to ordinary people and physical attacks are ineffective. And these curse spirits will use humans as food. For these monsters, we are just food. Maybe you won't believe this. But that's the truth of the world. Immediately afterwards, suddenly, an inexplicable sound came from the microphone. Although I couldn't understand it, it was as harsh as a dolphin's sound, causing all the ordinary people who heard this statement to scratch their heads. An extremely indifferent and strange voice. At this moment, passed on in their minds. Listen, mortals, the curse has never left you. There are far more than just humans in this world. Fear and tremble, until death. Chapter 92. Immediately afterwards, the faces of human beings suspended by unknown forces. Full of fear and despair. This is absolutely impossible to achieve with acting skills alone. The faces of many people who witnessed this scene could not help but become paler. Ah! Don't, help me. I'm rich, please spare me. Those ordinary people, you can have as much as you want. Please. No. No no. Ah. The shrill begging for mercy and screams echoed through the video. An invisible and strange force in the picture tore these people into millions of pieces on the spot. Like a bloody blooming flower. It formed an extremely bloody picture. Finally, the blood was evaporated by the inexplicable hot flames and high temperature. It's like it never existed. Such a terrifying scene makes people's pupils shrink, and they can't help but scream in surprise. There is no cover, the law of the jungle is naked. At this time, it is displayed in front of the audience. In the hearts of most ordinary people. They all suffered extremely strong stimulation, but that was not all. The next strange sound came from the screen. I understand, ordinary people like you. In front of the powerful curse spirit, he is just an ant-like existence, a stupid guy who can't even see. And after these words fell, Miss Sato, who is in charge of hosting, stands in the video with a sad expression, showing a fearful expression in the screen. Superpowers are real, and people who use these energies are called spellcasters. And these conjurers. They're just the guys who kept us in captivity. They know the existence of the cursed spirit but treat us like ignorant monkeys. Use these powers to do whatever you want in the world. Miss Sato roared like a madman. She had just finished speaking. The entire video screen was suddenly cut off at this moment, and the sudden power outage forcibly interrupted the video on the computer. And the picture on the mobile phone. They all turned into cleared white screens. This sudden change brought the national live broadcast to an abrupt end. But in today's era, such a shocking live broadcast will be recorded instantly as soon as it is released. Whether it's slices or videos. There are as many functions as you need to save this video. No matter how few people see it, it can be easily spread, not to mention that this sudden live broadcast has almost swept the country. Now, many students in the Shuchin cafeteria. Also after seeing the video on his mobile phone screen being cut off, he raised his head blankly and looked at each other. There are only a handful of students from top Chable families. He frowned tightly at this moment. They had heard of the existence of cursed spirits before, but this sudden change left them at a loss as to what to do. Kodori Yurika and Shiro Gainkei were sitting together eating. They also glanced at each other. This picture should have been created by a special grade curse spirit. Bai Yingwei groaned and frowned slightly. A cursed spirit with such wisdom, Tianyu Beijiu is not an ordinary existence, it should be a rare special level cursed spirit. And the light comes from the sound. You can feel the strong curse breath. Abominable curse spirit. It actually kills innocent civilians. When I, the evil king's true eye user, become stronger, I must get rid of these guys. Xiao Diao Yuliwa clenched her fists, with a depressed look on her face. She thought of being among those who had just been killed. There will be children like her who lose their father, and they can't help but feel angry towards these cursed spirits. Okay, Rika, it's useless for us to care about this matter. Those special spell spirits must have made plans in advance, otherwise they would never do this. Shiro Gainkei pursed his lips and comforted Rika seriously. I am also a little worried in my heart. The actions of these special spell spirits will bring negative consequences to the future. Suddenly, while the two were discussing, Yatsuya Maiko, carrying her own food, hurriedly came to the empty seat in front of the two of them and sat down directly. Her face was full of panic and she spoke quickly. Rika-senpai, Kei-senpai. Something bad is going to happen. Yatsuya Maiko's words actually made Shiro Gainkei and Kodori Yurika slightly stunned, and they spoke in confusion. What's the matter, fourth son? With your magic eyes and magic gift, you should be the only one among us who has a chance to fight against the special curse spirit, right? Based on Yatsuya Maiko's strength. As long as you don't encounter a special level curse spirit, even a first level curse spirit should be able to suppress it easily, right? No. That's not the problem. Yatsuya Maiko shook his head and said in a sad voice. I just used my magic eyes to observe everyone's souls and found that the spell power generated by negative emotions has been greatly increased. According to this trend, it won't take more than a month, or even a week. The number of curse spirits will increase significantly, for today's modern society. The existence of the cursed spirit is suddenly revealed, which will only make ordinary people panic. Because ordinary people do not have the power to fight against the cursed spirit and cannot even see the cursed spirit, it will naturally make them suspicious. And these negative emotions emerged. A huge amount of curse power will be formed, allowing the existence of curse spirits to increase to an unprecedented heyday at an astonishing speed. Shirogenke and Rika also quickly figured this out. The expressions of the two men suddenly changed. Just by briefly thinking about it, you can imagine how much turmoil there will be in human society next. This is the purpose of those curse spirits. He is really a cunning guy. He is no match for Mr. Yuan, yet he knows how to do these little things behind his back. Bai Yingwei snorted coldly, anger rarely appearing in his eyes. Although ordinary curse spirits cannot threaten her and her family, they will definitely affect prices and so on. In short, the world will definitely experience drama. Yotsuya Miko sighed helplessly. She glanced around the two of them, confusion on her face. Kui-senpai, Rika-senpai, aren't Yuan-kun with you? I remember you were in the same class, right? I want to know the next arrangements. You must understand the instructions of the head of the family. Bai Yingwei replied softly. Jun Yuan, he was called away by the head teacher. Not back yet. Inside the office, Hirotsuka stared at the computer screen, unable to recover for a long time. The scene in the video just now. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like a picture synthesized by special effects. And several of the big stars were killed. Indeed, the day before, they suddenly lost contact with each other, and even the police issued a missing person notice. But if that's the case, doesn't that mean that the real world has always been hiding these terrible monsters? She pursed her lips with a pale face, feeling extremely shocked. Hirotsuka Shizu glanced out of the corner of his eye. But I saw Yuan sitting lazily on the sofa in the office. After noticing her gaze, he chuckled, "What's the matter, hidden master? Aren't you afraid of the scene in that video just now?" Hirotsuka Shizu couldn't help but asked. The extremely realistic scene just now, if it were a normal student, he would at least be so scared that his face would be filled with nonsense, right? Why does this guy still look so calm? It's just a bunch of rabble. What's there to be afraid of? Yuan sat on the chair and answered casually. For him, this scene was a scene that he had already foreseen through his future vision. Whether it's Rosso's betrayal or the activities of the super-level curse spirits, he has everything under his control. It's just the activities of special-level magic spirits. On the contrary, it is in line with his current plan. After all, in a society filled with magical power, after converting it into magic power, the amount of magic power one has against the sky will also be increased. So he naturally had no idea of stopping the curse spirit. And next, after possessing the godhead of a demigod, his reputation was spread, which actually helped him master the earth's veins and magic power in more areas. But Yuan is not in a hurry about this matter. Everything is planned. The rabble, you mean those cursed spirits? Hirotsuka Shizu couldn't help but said that in her opinion, those curse spirits were extremely terrifying monsters. It can easily wipe out dozens of lives. It's like a ruthless executioner, and ordinary people can't see it. Wait. Could it be that you are a conjurer? Hirotsuka Shizu suddenly thought of a possibility and asked quickly. If Yuan is the sorcerer mentioned by those curse spirits, then everything can be explained. Why do even the Shinomiya Zaibatsu want to fawn over each other? As well as those other chaebols to please and actively donate assets? Lovely teacher, you guessed wrong. Yuan looked at Hirotsuka Shizu with a playful chuckle, looking at the panic and shock on the other person's face with interest. Although I have extraordinary power, I am not a magician. And ordinary conjurers can't please the Shinomiya family. After all, the vast majority of conjurers can't even be counted as a ragtag group of people. He said calmly. Falling next to Hirotsuka Shizuka's ear, this beauty with long black hair and straight hair could not help but reveal a somewhat complicated look on her face. She raised her beautiful eyes seriously and stared at the young man in front of her. Hirotsuka Shizuka thought of the situation in the class. Regarding Shirogenke and Rika in daily life, Hey Lily's attitude towards Yuan has long been understood. Now it seems. All of this is probably inseparable from Yuan's true identity. That is to say, the scene in the video just now is true, whether it is a spell master or a spell spirit. In fact, they are all real. It's just that these curse spirits cannot be seen by ordinary people. Hirotsuka Shizu's throat moved. She couldn't imagine that there were so many terrifying monsters hiding in this seemingly peaceful world. It was simply unimaginable. After hearing the inquiry, Yuan sat on the sofa and nodded. Indeed, the curse spirit exists. In fact, many people's physical problems are caused by evil spirits that have not yet evolved into curse spirits. But as long as you can't see these evil spirits, they won't attack and kill people. The only ones with the ability to actively kill people, only curse spirits that have reached a certain strength, can do this. His answer. Hiratsuka Shizuka frowned, feeling less uneasy. Zhao Ziyahao, in this case, why does the government want to block this news, even though cursed spirits exist in this world? There was a look of confusion on her pretty cheeks. Yuan was not bored at all, he just raised his eyebrows and chuckled. The cursed spirit cannot be seen by ordinary people anyway. Usually, it is an illusory thing for ordinary people. Actually, about 10,000 people are affected by the curse every year. This number is not that high compared to the total number of people who die from illness, accidents, and old age. Actually, although there are many curse spirits and evil spirits, but in fact, those who can directly cause harm to people must be level 2 or even high-level magic spirits of level 2 or above. Usually, most of the cursed spirits will only affect people's health if they survive. It makes people have nightmares, back pain, and so on. After hearing these words, Hiratsuka Shizu suddenly fell into deep thought. Yuan raised the corners of his mouth and said seriously. But the most important thing is, spells are actually caused by people's negative emotions. Generally speaking, the outbreak of the financial crisis, frequent examinations, and companies' long-term oppression of employees will lead to the frequent appearance of curse spirits. The words just fell. Hiratsuka Shizuka's beautiful eyes suddenly shrank. She was so smart that she quickly thought of something and subconsciously raised her head to look at the boy. Yuan stretched and said in a calm tone. And this time, the disclosure of the cursed spirit will bring unprecedented turmoil. P.S. Don't raise books. The author will code the words right now. Big chapter sent, there will be updates later. Please review. Please vote for me. Please subscribe. The author will also pay more attention to details such as titles in the future. Chapter 93. That means, the number of curses will increase in the next few days. Hiratsuka Shizuka frowned. She's just an ordinary person. Even though she is good at fighting skills, the curse spirit is completely immune to physical attacks, which makes her helpless. Yeah, but you don't have to worry about technology. Yuan said with a smile. He noticed some confusion in the other person's eyes and continued to explain. Do you still remember the necklace I gave you last time? It was a specially designed prop that has the function of removing spirits. Even a very powerful curse spirit can't be broken in a short time. After all, teacher, you are my agent. Hear this. Hiratsuka Shizu suddenly remembered this matter. She quickly took out the exquisite box from the small bag beside her and took out the silver necklace inside. See, blue gemstones are inlaid on it. While reflecting the sunlight, it shows an extraordinary temperament. Because the appearance alone is enough to show the preciousness of this necklace. Hiratsuka Shizuka usually does not wear such expensive luxury goods. Avoid the influence of money worship on students. But she didn't expect, this thing could actually have the effect of removing spirits. She quickly put the necklace on and hung it on her fair and plump chest, and her heart suddenly felt more at ease. It doesn't matter, being around can also be useful. Yuan glanced at his chest and smiled. Hiratsuka Shizuka came back to her senses after hearing this. After noticing her gaffe just now, her cheeks turned red and she raised her hand and coughed lightly. Thank you. Hiratsuka Shizuka thanked him honestly. After all, if it weren't for Yuan, she alone was completely unable to guarantee her own safety. Since you are a magician, did you really eliminate those cursed spirits when you were doing the work of Pangxing sect? Those chables also come here for the cursed spirits. Hiratsuka Shizuka couldn't restrain her curiosity and asked 640. She had never heard of such a thing as a cursed spirit, but if those plutocrats were out to get rid of the spirits, it didn't mean that they had known about it for a long time. But it has been hidden from the public. Yes, and no. Yuan got up from the sofa, walked to Shizuka Hiratsuka and smiled. In fact, the only people who really know about the magic world are the top chables, and most ordinary chables have heard a little bit of news at most. Most of the income from the ghost removal comes from the favor of the Shinomiya family. But this time, they made money. When the next curse age comes, a series of curses will appear, and the number will definitely be extraordinarily large. After listening to the explanation, Hiratsuka Shizu nodded thoughtfully. But although her own safety can be guaranteed, she can't help but feel worried when she thinks of her classmates in the class. After all, although Yuan has many elite students, but there are also many top students who rely on their grades. There is no plutocratic background behind these students, and they have no way to fight against those vicious curse spirits. So when I think of this, Hirotsuka Shizu couldn't help but become worried. But she also knew that she could not kidnap Yuan morally. After all, why should Yuan be allowed to help those students if they were not relatives? Notice the look on her face. Yuan stretched out his finger and waved it in front of her. It's okay. If the curse spirit makes such a big noise this time, the curse masters will definitely react accordingly. Even if the existence of the conjurer cannot be hidden, we will never let the current government continue to fall into chaos. Yuan chuckled. Of course, he certainly understands that even if the conjurer alone can barely stabilize the situation, the world will definitely be different. After the defeat of Liang Miansunyo, Lu Hu and Hua Yu can be regarded as breaking the boat. From the very beginning, they revealed, the reality of the existence of curse spirits and curse masters. And he also used the last sentence to discredit the Chable and the magician. This will lead to more public hatred. Even if the government gives an explanation next, the remaining people will not believe it so easily. After hearing Yuan's words, Hirotsuka Shizuya took a deep breath and calmed down a lot. Anyway, the rest of the teachers, please add me as a friend to chat later. I haven't had lunch yet. Yuan raised his head and glanced at the clock on the wall. Well, Yuan, you go to eat first. Hirotsuka Shizuka came back to her senses and said slightly apologetically. Unknowingly, the two of them had been chatting for almost half an hour. By this time, the food in the cafeteria should have been almost gone. Yuan nodded slightly, stood up, and left. Looking at the young man's leaving figure, Hirotsuka Shizuka took a deep breath. She moved the mouse and opened the search page. Look at what's going on online about this. Outside the corridor. Hey! Contractor, you're out. Jun Yuan, why did you stay with the teacher for so long? Is it because of the video that just popped up? Looking at Yuan walking out of the office, Kotori Yurika, Shirogane, and Yatsuga Miko, who were already waiting at the door, quickly came forward with concern. Mr. Yuan, do you want to go eat first? But there shouldn't be much food left in the cafeteria at this time. Yatsuga Miko said hesitantly. Yuan waved his hand. No, with my physique, there is no problem at all even if I skip a meal. His body is now that of a demigod. For such an extraordinary body, even without eating, the body's physical body will never weaken at all. Even if he wanted to. The magic power alone is enough to keep the body in peak condition at all times. Hearing this, Shirogane and Yatsuya Mitoko couldn't help but recall the young man's strong muscles, and their cheeks couldn't help but blush. Only Kotori Yurika nodded seriously. Yet, the contractor is so powerful. Just eat more after school. It's definitely okay if you don't eat at lunch. By the way, that video must have been caused by a curse spirit, right? Rika looked at it curiously. There was some excitement in the eyes without the blindfold. I don't know how far behind I am in terms of strength compared to those special spell spirits after this period of training. It is indeed made by a special magic spirit. But there is no need for you to care about this matter. The magicians will handle the situation in society themselves. You guys will continue to adjust the magic circuit first. Yuan said in a calm tone. As long as those special level curse spirits are not seeking death themselves, they will never actively provoke him or the people around him. After all, even Liang Miansunyo suppressed him on the spot. And the cursed spirits that are born normally cannot pose any threat to the current few people. And speaking of this, Yuan glanced at Jian's especially. Except Miko has the ability to deal with special magic spirits. I'm almost familiar with the magic eye now, and after a certain amount of battles, I should be able to completely master the techniques. I heard the young man say this. Well, I will try my best. Yatsuya Miko's cheeks were slightly red and she nodded seriously. This was the first time she was praised like this. As for Shirogane and Kotori Yurika, although they are a little envious, they are born to others after all. Bai Yingwei stood beside Yuan. What she cares about is naturally not the safety of the entire country. But in this case, the frequent appearance of curse spirits will cause Panwu sect to suffer losses, right? Currently, the entire Pangxing sect is in a period of rapid development. After receiving funding from the Shinomiya family, they obtained a large amount of their property, and also received assistance from other chaebol. But now the sudden curse is made public. It should have a series of impacts on society and the economy. No, this is actually a good opportunity for Pangxing sect to establish itself completely. It is impossible for special level curse spirits to attack Pangxing cult, and ordinary curse spirits are also a suitable opportunity for you to practice your skills. As long as the Pangxing cult is promoted in the name of removing spirits. Naturally, the Pangxing sect in this era will become the center of the country. Yuan said with a chuckle. Just like what he saw with his clairvoyance. It's all part of his plan. The government has suffered a blow to its credibility, and the magician has been questioned. Everything. All are in line with the development conditions of the plan. Next, it is time to take advantage of the opportunity and let the Pangxing sect completely replace other sects in the entire country. Be the only one that exists. After hearing Yuan's words, both Yotsuya Maiko, Shiro Gainkei, and Kodori Yurika were all stunned. Think of those magic props and Yuanjun's powerful strength. Seems like a feasible plan? A cursed spirit. How can such a thing exist in this world? But this scene is too real, and there are people in it who were admitted to the hospital by the police not long ago. Really or not, are there really people with superpowers in this world? Haha. The top management and the chaebol knew clearly that there was such a monster, but they didn't announce the news. Yes. These people only think about their own safety. It's absolutely disgusting. Curse spirits cannot be seen by ordinary people, so why do those magicians possess extraordinary power? Is there still no official explanation yet? Even if the live video broadcast is interrupted. But the news revealed in it is enough to completely detonate the contradictions in the entire society today. You must know that the entire Neon society is very big today. Whether it's a stalled advance, or maybe the habitual overtime and frequent work have brought intense pressure to people, otherwise they wouldn't have given birth to so many curse spirits. And the official faced the sudden storm. They just issued a few perfunctory announcements, and the explanations were nothing more than Trojan viruses and face-changing technology. But this is a lie that can be exposed as soon as it is exposed. How could they accept it? Joke. Such a real picture is called face-changing technology for them. Among these people, there are no big names in the IT field. It is completely impossible to quickly criticize this technology in the forum. And at this moment, in the corner of the alley not far from Zaihu Zaiwan, Li Mei, who had short white hair, leaned against the wall, glanced at the restless crowd on the street, and sneered. Sure enough, so many years have passed. The weak and evil nature of human beings has not changed at all. Not only that, even the magicians have become weak. What a stupid guy. But those two curse spirits actually thought of announcing the curse spirits, which is a good plan. At least during this period, the conjurer will be too busy to get away. Li Mei's eyes were filled with determination. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he can directly grab Yuan's companion and find a way to exchange Master Sunyo with him. He firmly believed. As long as Lord Sunyo regains his full strength, I will never lose again. Chapter 94. Conjuration College. In just one afternoon, the intensity of this incident has risen to an all-time high. Nokshua, who was in the conference room, said in a deep voice with a frown. Representatives of teachers and auxiliary supervisors throughout the higher secondary school. They are all sitting upright in their positions. Only Gojo Satoru leaned lazily on the chair and put his legs on the table with his legs crossed. I didn't expect these curse spirits to be able to play this trick. It seems that with human wisdom, they are indeed much more difficult to deal with. The corners of his mouth raised, he took off his blindfold and smiled. In just one afternoon, discussions about curses, spellcasters, and the existence of curse spirits began on the forum and became more and more public. Even if the government apparently blocks forums and various communication channels. But through communication between people, discussions about curse spirits and spellcasters have been rising at an alarming rate on the dark web or in private discussions. Not only that, Neon is such a large-scale news and public opinion. People in other countries have also begun to pay attention to this matter. The videos preserved on external social media continue to spread in the save mode. Follow this trend. Whether official government recognition or not will become irrelevant. Because the number of curses that emerge in a short period of time will cause the number of victims across the country to rise at an alarming rate. By that time, anyone who is not a fool will know that the curse spirit really exists. Hearing this, Noksua Masami glared at Gojo Satoru angrily. Satoru, maybe this is nothing to you, but the large increase in curse spirits this time will put a lot of pressure on the high school. And whether to announce the curse spirit and the curse master. The jury is still out. Although today's magic world no longer has those high-level officials. Basically, the rights are determined by the magic experts, especially Gojo Satoru, who is the #1 person in the world of magic today. There is no doubt about the status. Certainly. In Nokshua's eyes, Gojo Satoru is still the same Gojo Satoru as he was in the past. Although there have been changes, there are not many. What will happen if it is not announced? Gojo Satoru said in a lazy tone, it is definitely impossible to make people turn a blind eye to this matter. Rather than letting those guys continue to panic. Might as well reveal the secret of the cursed spirit. I remember there is a saying that human beings' fear comes from the unknown itself, as long as these people are made aware of the existence of the cursed spirit. You can slowly stabilize the situation. The more unknown something is, the more ordinary people are afraid of it. It will also produce more and more negative emotions and breed more curse spirits. This cycle must be broken now. And the best way? Nothing more than making people aware. Creatures like curse spirits are not invincible. And the vast majority of curse spirits do not have the ability to harm humans. Glass also groaned and nodded. Judging from the current situation, the method suggested by Gojo Satoru is the best. We cannot continue to let fear spread among the crowd. But after we made the news public, maybe it will also attract attention from other countries. After all, in the eyes of some powerful countries, magic power will be an excellent source of energy. It's different from what most people pay attention to. What Glass is concerned about is the impact this incident will have on the international community. Whether it's a curse spirit or a spellcaster, because of Tianyuan's barrier, only Neon has the most number of them. There is no doubt about this. But this also brings certain risks. That is, the real military strength of island countries like Neon is not worth mentioning in front of those big countries. Forget it, let's leave this matter to the government. Gojo Satoru shook his head. We are just magicians. There is no need to help people think about so many things. At least we shouldn't do anything openly. He has no interest in the international situation. Nokshuwa sat in his correct position. He took out a newly sent report, opened it and browsed it for a while, frowning slightly and feeling a headache. Forget it, just follow Satoru's arrangement. Otherwise, if the silence continues like this, the image of the conjurer will only get lower and lower in the minds of ordinary people. Now the government must be guided to have more credibility. Nokshuwa sighed. You must know that for the entire magic world, this is the first time that something like this has happened. During these thousands of years, neither the conjurer nor the conjurer has ever been made known to the public. But in today's modern society, the spread of information is too convenient, and it is becoming increasingly difficult to hide secrets. And this sudden change, I'm afraid what comes next, will be a different era. And after Gojo Satoru issued the order and the magic expert took action, the official government was helpless and had no choice but to choose to announce it. But in this announcement, the government specifically explained the legitimacy of the conjurer's long-standing protection of the people, and the reason why it chose to hide the information. It will include many concepts of spell power, spell spirits, and conjurers. All were announced in a newly established official forum, and it was only on this site that one could discuss curse spirits and curse masters. As the saying goes, it is better to open up than to block. Since it really can't be stopped, then simply minimize the impact and give a reasonable and complete explanation. Are there actually different levels of curse spirits? Hey, this kind of monster actually exists. I didn't expect that such a thing exists next to humans. SHHH. It is said that those who happened this time are those special curse spirits. They have the same intelligence as humans, so it would be bad if they were targeted. The negative emotions of human beings are born. Hiss. Will a lot of cursed spirits be born next? I'm so scared. Well, fear is also a negative emotion. Oh. If I had known this was the case, it would be better not to know. What are you talking about? Don't die inexplicably then, those spellcasters must have been cooperating with high-ranking government officials. Only ordinary people like us will be killed by the cursed spirits. Many civilians learned the official news. Although many people understand the official approach, there are also many people who feel that the official is simply deceiving others. Because it is clear that senior government officials know the news. Oh, please give me flowers. They will definitely try their best to ensure their own safety, but ordinary people like them are just mere consumables in the eyes of the other party. Just the thought of that. This has shaken the credibility of the government in the hearts of many people. But at least the current order has stabilized. Many people are also paying attention to those special curse spirits who kill big stars and athletes, and ask when the government will catch those guys. A monster like this that can kill dozens of people casually. It's like a time bomb lurking around you. God knows whether the next ones to be targeted will be civilians like them. The entrance to Shuchen Academy. The setting sun slowly sets from the horizon, surrounded by high walls. Luxury cars came and went outside the park to pick her up. Apart from these Chable children, many students still chose to go to the bus station and leave by bus. By the way, have you heard? Cursed spirits actually exist. Oh. I really want to be a magician too. Give up, according to the news announced on the official forum, you must have innate talent if you want to become a spellcaster. Zero, damn it. Why do we know the truth now? At least there should be a magician to protect us. Many Shuchaiwan students were chatting with each other. For them, the appearance of the cursed spirit was like a blow to the head. When I think about how I finally got into Zaiwan, but my life was threatened, I can't help but feel dissatisfied. At this time, a girl with black hair and golden eyes left the school gate. She walked forward quietly. And at the rear, Li Mei's figure blended into the crowd at some point. He stared straight ahead at the girl named Yatsugamiko. Just catch this woman. You can exchange it with Yuan to Sunyo. Based on the information he has collected over the past few days, it can be said that the relationship between this girl and that boy is quite close. In his opinion, that Yuan defeated Lord Sunyo was just a matter of good luck. As long as Master Sunyo regains his full strength, he will definitely be able to easily deal with that guy. Hey, next, just wait for the opportunity. Li Mei looked at the girl's back and thought to herself. Unknowingly, we came to an empty flat land. The objects placed around him came into view. It was obviously an abandoned park. But Li Mei felt that something was not right. This road. It's obviously not in the direction of Yatsuya Maiko's house. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he was about to raise his head and say something. But he saw the girl turned around at some point. Who are you? Tell me honestly why you are following me. The calm words fell. The golden eyes that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts shimmered. The oppressive feeling originating from the soul instantly stopped Li Mei's footsteps, and her figure froze in place. How can this be? It was obvious from his investigation that Yatsuya Maiko was just an ordinary person. And he doesn't have a lot of magic power. Why? It will bring him such an amazing sense of oppression. Chapter 95. Answer me, why are you following me? Yatsuya Maiko stared at the white-haired figure in front of her seriously, although her tone remained calm. But the clenched fists revealed the tension inside. She can easily tell with her magic eyes. The guy in front of me has very powerful spell power. If we simply talk about the strength of the spell, it is probably comparable to a special level spell. But this guy? Why did you choose to follow yourself after leaving school? Yatsuya Maiko was confused for a moment, but at this time, she couldn't help but think of Yuan's words. The magic eye is almost familiar now. As long as you go through a certain amount of battles, you should be able to completely master the application skills. Could it be that Mr. Yuan had already anticipated the current situation? She recalled the profound look in his eyes. The fear in my heart was reduced a lot for some reason. I took a deep breath and looked forward calmly. Damn woman, what have you done? Is it the influence of Yuan's remaining spell, or is it that you are actually also a spellcaster? Haha. You're really a little clever. Rhyme adapted to the oppression of her soul, and stared up at Yatsugamiko with slightly stiff cold eyes. He originally thought that Yatsuya Maiko was just an ordinary school girl. Now it seems that it is not that simple. Really? Even if Master Sunyo was defeated under incomplete circumstances. But those who can do this are rare in the whole world. How could the girl next to Yuan be an ordinary person? It doesn't matter, I have followed Lord Sunyo's footsteps for 1,000 years. For a little girl like you, it's better to surrender as soon as possible. I'll break your hands and feet before I can. Rime sneered and stared at Yatsugamiko. He is not an ordinary magician. Unlike the weak guys of this era, he has fought on the battlefield 1,000 years ago. I will never lose to a kid. Sunyo's subordinates. Yotsuya Miko was secretly surprised when he heard this. She had witnessed Liang Mi and Sunyo's strength in the video of the chat group. That is definitely not something that I can deal with at this stage. Unexpectedly, the king of spells from thousands of years ago still had subordinates. But she had regained her composure at this moment. She just snorted coldly and said with firm eyes. Humph. He really knows how to talk nonsense. I'm not the so-called magician, and I won't lose to you. Lord Yuan trusted her to defeat the special curse spirit. Then the guy in front of me shouldn't be a problem either. Yotsuya Miko mustered up the courage in her heart, took a deep breath, and let the magic circuits appear on her limbs. Strengthen your magic. This is the characteristic of magic that Yotsuya Miko first learned. It is mainly used on props to improve the properties of materials, strengthen fragile parts, and other magical properties. A high degree of strengthening will increase the level of existence, just like a mediocre sword a masterpiece's sword. Of course, the most important thing is, after initially mastering this characteristic ability, her physical strength and defense will be greatly improved. Even a top-notch magician blessed by magic power will not be at a disadvantage. Now, distant location. However, Rosso can be seen riding on the flying magic spirit, watching this scene with interest. Originally I just planned to meet Mr. Yuan. I didn't expect to see such interesting things. It was unexpected. Rosso was originally after getting rid of Kaylee May. He planned to find a way to meet Yuan, so he came over after school. But he didn't expect that he would meet Rimi and Yotsugamiko on the road, and a battle would begin between them. He could guess part of Li Mei's thoughts. What a stupid guy. Rosso held his face with one hand and sat cross-legged, yawning lazily. You have lived for 1,000 years, but you still can't figure out the strength and weakness. I really don't know whether to live or die. It was obvious that all the information he had delivered had been cleared up. But this kid Li Mei refuses to believe it, so let this guy go. What surprised him most this time was not Rimei's appearance, but the golden eyes and magic circuit on Yotsugamiko. Is this a completely different system from that of a conjurer? Obviously, it hasn't been long since I mastered this power, but the aura it exudes is not inferior to some monster-level guys. Is the gap between different systems so big? The corners of Rosso's mouth were raised, and he was watching enthusiastically in wonder. But what he doesn't know is, even all the magicians who have been trained so far. Only Yotsugamiko's magic eye talent is enough to support her in facing powerful enough enemies. Interesting. Just watch the battle here and wait for Mr. Yuan. Rosso casually took out a bag of potato chips from his arms, tore it open and ate it unceremoniously. No matter how you look at Yotsugamiko's strength, it doesn't look like she will be eliminated in a short time. Then of course there is no need for him to rescue him. No matter who the winner of this battle ends up being. As long as Yuan arrives here, Li Mei will be dead. Above the abandoned park. The confrontation between Yotsugamiko and Rimei is still going on. Humph. Pretending to be a ghost. Rimei, who noticed the changes in Yotsugamiko, sneered. Ice condensation spell. Straight waterfall. Rime put her hands in front of her, facing Yotsuya Miko. Under his deep voice. The frost covering the ground was carrying an astonishing cold air, and at this moment, it rushed straight towards Yotsugamiko. Facing this oncoming attack, her golden eyes suddenly condensed. The inexplicable pressure made Li Mei's movements suddenly sluggish. Next moment. Boom. While suddenly cracking along the ground. Yotsugamiko's figure disappeared from the spot, easily avoiding the incoming frost. In the blink of an eye, he appeared next to Li Mei, and the fist wrapped in magic force blasted out. What? Li Mei's face was suddenly startled. He subconsciously raised his hands and cast spells to strengthen his body to block it. But just after a moment of stalemate, his figure was suddenly shot away. It broke the iron pillar of the abandoned park abruptly, rolled on the ground several times, and then reluctantly stopped. Rosso watched this scene, his eyes narrowed slightly. Horrible changes. In just an instant, the girl's physical strength increased to a quasi-super level. Although she is not blessed with magic spells, with her eyes, she can display amazing strength. Yet, but Rimei isn't defeated so easily. After all, he has a reversal technique no matter what, so he can recover even if he is injured. Rosso said with a chuckle, his eyes full of amusement. Then, whose turn will it be next? Ahem. Rimei was running the reversal technique crazily while recovering her body. In his mind, he evaluated the strength that Yotsuya Maiko had shown just now, and calmly analyzed his current advantages. Damn it! If it weren't for those eyes of yours, you have turned into ice cubes by now. Raimei made an angry noise. He couldn't understand why the girl's eyes made him waver. You must know that the power of the spell itself is closely related to the soul, and the oppression of the soul will also have an impact on the spell. But of course he wouldn't give up so easily. Yotsugamiko also had a look of surprise on her face when she saw Raimei recovering from her injuries. She should have been able to immobilize the other party with the blows she just made. But the opponent's injuries can actually be recovered? This is the so-called reversal technique. This is the first time I've seen the positive energy obtained by superimposing negative energy. Yotsuya Maiko said with a hint of emotion. Although she feels that this kind of treatment method is a bit too high. But being able to achieve this step proves that the conjurer in front of him is definitely above the ordinary level. Even many special level spell spirits wouldn't be his opponents, right? Ice condensation spell. Frostwind. Raimei ignored Yotsugamiko's emotion. He resolutely and suddenly used this move, the fastest freezing spell. Boom! The temperature of the surrounding air drops at an alarming rate. The terrifying frost formed in the blink of an eye, rushing towards Yotsugamiko at a crazy scale. Since you can't catch up with Yotsugamiko's speed, then use sheer scale to completely freeze her. Magic released. Yotsuya Maiko used her magic eyes to calmly analyze the remaining energy of both the enemy and ourselves. Unceremoniously, she stepped forward again. This time, she was enveloped by a brief release of magic power. She abruptly collided with the enveloping frost aura, and unceremoniously rushed to Li Mei again. Again, blast out! A bang! Li Mei was like a kite flying upside down, directly hitting the ice wall formed by herself. The walls were completely smashed, and the ground was even dented. As the smoke spreads out. I shouldn't have accidentally killed him, right? Yotsuya Maiko stood there, looking at this scene and said weakly. She had no intention of killing anyone from the beginning. I just want to make the opponent temporarily lose the ability to fight, but now it seems that I have gone too far. Suddenly, in the smoke raised by the deep pit, a ferocious and arrogant laughter could be heard. Ha 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 ha! Sure enough, fate favored me in the end. At this last moment, I found that opportunity. This must be the luck brought by Master Sunyo. When Li Mei stood up again, he looked extremely embarrassed. The injury on his head was bleeding uncontrollably, and even if his hands reacted in time, they looked extremely distorted at this moment. But on his face. But he had an unstoppable smile. Because at this critical moment of life and death, he finally completed the trick he had been doing for thousands of years. Master Sunyo's defeat, the excitement brought about by his own weakness. Let him finally understand. Why have I been unable to grasp the ultimate secret for these thousands of years? But now that I have mastered it, this battle should be over. This moment. Raso, who was watching the battle, stood up. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the battlefield. Oh, are you so unlucky? You actually let him complete that move. Originally, Raso had no intention of participating in this battle. Middle. But if he refuses to save the people around Yuan, he will be doomed if he is angered. He doesn't think so. He can withstand Yuan's anger. However, before he could take action, Li Mei seemed to notice something. He immediately raised his palm and pointed it in the direction of Yotsuya Maiko. At this moment, an amazing combination of magical power was created. Spending a huge amount of mana power to build a birth field with magic spells around it. Suddenly, it began to envelope Yotsuya Maiko. The field unfolds. However, he hasn't finished talking about his field yet. Then I heard Yotsuya Maiko's calm voice. Answer me, attack later and kill first, now. Raimei suddenly saw a small 4.5 stone floating next to Yotsugamiko. Immediately afterwards, the stone gradually turned into something like a dagger. The three inexplicable words Ansas, Dagaz, and Gibo appear on the sword's edge. But Li Mei still had a look of victory on her face. Because according to the order, he will be the first to complete his field and give his own fatal blow. This battle, he won. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the surrounding domain space disappeared. The strong explosion caused by the backlight sword bombardment instantly enveloped Li Mei's figure. The terrifying light bullet-like attack tore apart Li Mei's body easily, even if it was held by Coffee, which had huge magical power. Still torn inch by inch. Ah, Why? Why is this happening? This process is definitely wrong. No no. Master Sunyo, I will definitely rescue you, ah. UBD. Li Mei's screams echoed throughout the park. He couldn't understand what happened in the end. It was obvious that he had completed the field expansion first, so why did he get hit first? What's this? Incomprehensible fear spread in his heart, and Li Mei's body was broken inch by inch, and was eventually torn and swallowed by the ball of light. But Yotsuya Maiko just stood there stiffly, looking at this scene and heaving a sigh of relief. She replied softly. You are right, the process was indeed wrong. Time goes retrograde, it starts later and ends first. P.S. There is a Terminator sword, but there is currently no big scene suitable for its appearance. But there will be corresponding arrangements in the future. Chapter 96. Unbelievable, what just happened? Raso, who was standing on top of the cursed spirit, watched this scene with his pupils shrinking. What did he just see? It was obviously Li Mei who was the first to complete the field, but in the end, he was the first to be attacked. This simply subverted his imagination. Is this cause and effect? Sujuo witnessed this scene, his eyes full of shock and surprise. He is familiar with many Buddhist theories and concepts, so he is naturally not unfamiliar with the word cause and effect. If there is a cause, there must be an effect, and if there is an effect, there must be a cause. Cause produces effect, and cause and effect occur naturally. But the blow just delivered by Yotsuya Maiko has obviously distorted cause and effect. This is definitely not something she can do on her own. So the only answer? It's that stone. Even Raso couldn't imagine an attack that could distort cause and effect. But for Yuan, is it just a prop given casually? Is this a supernatural system that is more powerful than a spellcaster? Just a girl can become this powerful in a short time. If Li Mei doesn't have a field to expand, then even the trump card of distorted cause and effect cannot be forced out. Tixuo thought to himself, and became more and more inspired. He is now even more grateful that he made the right choice and was not an enemy of Yuan before. Even if it provides convenience to real people. But that was also the choice made by the real person himself, and he had no thoughts about the other party from the beginning to the end. He even took the initiative to give up Pan Xing's teaching directly. Calculate carefully. There shouldn't be much to offend Yuan. As long as you prove that you are still valuable, it shouldn't be a big problem to take refuge. He was not surprised by Li Mei's defeat. The only surprise was that Yuan did not take action. The girl named Yotsugamiko. I was defeated alone. Call. Yotsuya Mitoko stood there panting slightly. She looked at the place where Li Mei was blown to pieces with complicated eyes. Am I considered a murderer? Yotsuya Maiko swallowed, feeling a little uneasy. After all, she had no intention of killing that Raimei from the beginning, but in the end, the other party had already used her domain. It just triggered the conditions for using the backlight sword. But she couldn't control the power of this move, so there was nothing she could do about Li Mei being killed. Yotsuya Mitoko scratched his head. She sighed helplessly, planning to stay where she was to recover some of her magic power, and then leave. As expected of Mr. Yuan, he is truly extraordinary. Suddenly, a voice came from the side. Yotsuya Maiko immediately turned around and saw Raso falling from the sky and standing firmly on the spot. He had a gentle smile on his face. But in Yotsuya Maiko's magic eyes, the secrets about him were clearly understood in an instant. She subconsciously took a few steps back, a look of surprise in her eyes. Are you a conjurer? No, that's not right. Why are there so many cursed spirits in you? How many existences have you contracted with? Yotsuya Maiko looked at him in shock. In her demonic eyes, Raso's figure was extremely special. It is no longer enough to describe the number of spell spirits connected to the other party as tens of thousands. There are millions or even tens of millions of cursed spirits. I'm afraid that's the real number. After hearing Mian's words, the smile on Raso's face did not change. I'm just a person with a special spell. Miss Saiza is really powerful. He stood in front of Yotsuya Maiko. When I noticed the pressure coming from my soul, I suddenly understood. Now I finally understand why Raimei's actions are always a little stiff. It is natural that something will go wrong in front of the girl's eyes. When Jianzi heard this, he frowned and looked at him warily. Just as she was hesitating whether she should answer the call, a young man's voice came from behind. Well done. At some point, Yuan appeared from the side and walked out. With a calm smile on his face, he walked to Miko's side easily. If you can deal with this guy, even if you are placed among the magicians, you are already very close to the special level. Yuan said calmly. In the future as seen by his omniscient and omnipotent star. Naturally, he thoroughly understood the process and ending of Li Mei's challenge. As long as you don't interfere, this future will basically not change. Yuan Jun. Yotsuya Miko was stunned for a moment when she saw Yuan, and then hurriedly hid behind the young man as if she had found a savior. Hearing the compliment just now, my cheeks were slightly red and I was happy at the same time. After this battle, Yotsuya Miko also has great confidence in her own strength. Not to mention that he can stand shoulder to shoulder with the top magicians, but at the very least, he should be able to help Yuan. Your position will definitely become more stable. Yuan let the girl hide behind him and looked up at Luosuo in front of him. This is the second time we've met. Since you took the initiative to show up here, what's the matter? He was actually well aware of Rosso's surrender, but he did not intend to accept it so easily. Mr. Yuan, you are well. I am not in the same group as those special grade curse spirits. I came here this time, hoping to become your subordinate. Although my strength is not as good as that guy Gojo Satoru. But in my hands, I have already formed a total of 10 million curse spirits, should they be able to work. Rosso bowed slightly and said in a very humble tone. He is very aware of the strength gap between himself and Yuan, and the curse spirit he holds is not necessary. Well, it's not impossible. But about what you wanted to do against me before. I can't pretend I didn't see this. You should also know that if you do something wrong, you have to pay the price. Pangxing cult alone is not enough. Yuan raised his hand and groaned artificially. When he heard Yuan's slightly indifferent words, Rosso's face suddenly froze and he didn't know how to answer. He didn't expect that he wanted to plot against the other party before. Will it be known? Could it be that the boy in front of me has the ability to read minds? Yuan looked at it with a smile, waiting for the answer. Joke. You want to be his subordinate without any indication? And although Yunchuo said he was taking refuge, in fact, it was just for more fun. Although this person is quite useful. But before regaining it, we must give it a good beating. Well, since Mr. Yuan is not satisfied. For what happened before, I can hand over the locations of those special spell spirits, as well as all the knowledge I have. I wonder if this is enough. Rosso coughed slightly and asked hesitantly. But when Yuan heard this, he raised his eyebrows and glanced at Yusuo calmly. Do you think I will need that knowledge? The essence of the curse spirit and curse power has nowhere to hide in front of me, and the knowledge of the past 1,000 years is not worth mentioning. He has the all-knowing and all-powerful star. Such a thing is knowledge. To him, it is the least valuable. Whether it is information from the past or the future. Nothing can escape his eyes. Hear this. Rosso felt a slight chill in his heart. He didn't expect that the knowledge he was proud of was not worth mentioning in front of this young man. Is this a different level of vision? How about this? I remember that your whirlpool can explode based on the number of curse spirits, combined with your current field, to take my move. If you survive, then, it's not impossible for you to be my subordinate. Yuan suddenly changed his tone and chuckled lightly. And after the words fell, Rosso's eyes narrowed slightly. He had witnessed the opponent and Gojo Satoru fight with his own eyes. Yuan's original blow is still fresh in my memory. Even Liang Mian Sunyo was cut off on the spot. An unimaginably terrifying slash. But he also understood that this was his last chance to survive. Because the instinctive reaction told me. If you don't agree. Not to mention this move, I'm afraid I will die on the spot. 7. Rosso took a deep breath and his eyes became firm. He is still confident in his output. When combined with the field, he can extract 100,000 spell spirits at one time and merge them into the power of the vortex. This is his limit. And it also takes a certain amount of time to accumulate power. If we just talk about destructive power. He was confident that he was stronger than Sunyo's slashing attack, which only had 13 fingers at that time. And what he is most proud of is his ability to survive. If you really can't, try your best to avoid it. Okay then. I hope it doesn't make me feel too bored. Yuan said with a chuckle. After he became a demigod, he had never made a serious move. This time it's time to warm up a little and experience the power of the advanced level. Rosso stared straight ahead and put his hands in a posture. The field spreads, the womb is hidden everywhere. Chapter 97. Rosso didn't dare to be careless at all. He almost devoted all his energy to the field of construction. The next moment, along his back, a terrifying giant tree dozens of meters high suddenly appeared. Countless strange faces grew on the huge tree trunks, some were big and some were small, some were male and some were female. The expression was ferocious and fearful, as if screaming. It seemed like the gathering and shouting of countless souls, which was terrifying. Not only that, you can clearly see it along the trunk of this tall tree. The headless pregnant woman constructed by the magic power sprouted branches around the tree trunk, forming a terrifying and strange scene that made people shudder. Unspeakable screams of despair. The densely packed leaves on these branches look like a group of hungry and howling monsters, exuding a terrifying aura. This is Rosso's domain, the strongest secret that belongs to him alone. Death is not terrible. Rosso has never been afraid of death. The reason why he keeps extending his lifespan is to satisfy his own pleasure by looking forward to the limits of human evolution. From this point of view, he is the same as Gojo Satoru. They are all perverts who use spells to satisfy themselves. But this time, in order to satisfy his curiosity about the new system, he came with the same awareness. What a terrifying spell, much stronger than the guy just now. And this is an open field. Behind Yuan, Yotsuya Miko's figure looked at this scene and couldn't help but murmured in a low voice. If she read it correctly, to develop such a field, the technology required must be thoroughly stabilized after decades or even centuries of research. Open areas and closed areas are completely different. If the latter is the realm of personal will, so the former. In addition to the latter, you must also have extremely high talent and skills. Well, it's the same realm as two-faced trouble. The properties are closer to controlling gravity, and it has a sure hit effect. Yuan replied calmly. He just stood there quietly, looking into the void. A huge bow with luxurious decoration was displayed in front of him, with extremely exquisite carvings on it. Just a moment of witnessing. The terrifying aura originating from the myth hit his face at this moment, causing Russell's expression to change almost instantly. But instead he couldn't help but laugh. What a monster! Is this a weapon from mythology again? It's so foul. Come on. Curse spirit manipulation. Luosuo was carrying a huge amount of mantra power and slapped his palms to the ground. Thousands of strange magical creatures emerged within a radius of several hundred meters, with twisted shapes and roaring sounds. This made Yotsuya Miko's expression change. This is the first time I have seen such a large number of cursed spirits. However, these cursed spirits did not launch attacks, but continued to rotate around Rosso, being shaken by extremely strong gravity. Being forcibly compressed in mid-air. The number of cursed spirits continues to increase, and the number of compressions is also increasing at an alarming rate. Zi la la la. As the pressure continued to increase, the cursed creature was finally compressed into a palm-sized sphere, exuding a biting curse breath. There are hundreds of thousands of cursed spirits. It is enough to prove the gold content of the move that Rosso uses next. You must know that even Xiaoyuja in his heyday could only unleash a few thousand in his most powerful attack. Not even 1/10 of this amount can be reached. Hey, it's already the limit. Cold sweat dripped down Rosso's forehead, and he tightly grasped the pitch-black sphere and forcefully stuffed it into his mouth. The number of cursed spirits, which symbolized the terrifying aggregate of cursed power, was swallowed into the belly. Terrible pressure. Even Rosso couldn't stop sweating from his forehead. But he still tried his best to maintain the field. With the blessing of the gravity technique, he stared at Yuan ahead. Spell manipulation. Gaku no ban. Whirlpool. Rosso shouted in a deep voice. The dark beam of light spread out in front of him, bursting out instantly. Everything beneath it was swallowed up instantly. Rumble, rumble. Countless cursed spirits were turned into pure energy, and rushed forward amidst the whistling sound of tearing the air. That terrifying power seems to shatter the entire world. The airwave spreads violently. The surrounding unoccupied houses were swept away by the airwaves at this moment, and instantly broke and collapsed. Even the glass of tall buildings in the distance. Cracks suddenly appeared. It exploded in the terrifying sound of the shock wave, and huge fragments flew away like bombs. A pillar of light filled with the aura of death and destructive power. He rushed straight towards the young man. Rosso understood. I am not qualified to confront Yuan head-on. Facing that terrifying slash, all he could do was find a way to give himself more chances of survival. Delay as much time as possible. Appropriate tactics. In that case, let you witness this blow. This bow and arrow is the bow and arrow used by Hercules, the most powerful hero in Greek mythology, to destroy the Hydra. And the next blow will be used. It is also the strongest blow born for Hydra. Yuan spoke calmly. He easily controlled the entire bow with one hand as a demigod, aimed at the dark beam of light coming from the front, and drew the bowstring. Rosso was extremely shocked when he heard this. He didn't expect Yuan to have such a thing. You must know that this is the weapon of the great hero. To be able to control even this is enough to show what a huge organization there is behind the other party. A ferocious smile appeared on Rosso's lips unconsciously. Haha, then I'm really honored. Come on. Let me experience that mythical blow for myself. The long-lost excitement surged into my heart. At this moment, Rosso put aside life and death and just stared at Yuan, trying to remember all the details of this move. Yuan chuckled slightly when he heard the words, and the amazing magic power poured into him instantly. After stretching the bowstring to the maximum, release it slightly. Go ahead and shoot 100 heads. The essence of this attack is 9 consecutive attacks fired at a high speed as if all the attacks were combined. Even if released with sword, spear, or axe. The performance of this move is also proud of the power of the Noble Phantasm. And if you want to use this move, you need a certain level of skill, which is absolutely impossible for ordinary people to use. Zi la la la. The terrifying sonic boom spread out instantly. The huge arrow flashed with a strange light, was enveloped in circles of arcs, and made a terrifying buzzing sound. The huge arrow was shaking restlessly, as if animal nature was going crazy. Disappeared in the blink of an eye. Just the terrifying air waves spreading out caused destruction wherever it went, and even the atmosphere was distorted into a terrifying whirlpool. Boom, boom, boom. But the horror doesn't stop there. The arrow instantly crushed down, completely engulfing everything in the light column. The air waves it brings are like tsunamis. It surges towards the surroundings, except everything is involved in its king. The entire park was destroyed. Even the houses next to it turned into flying dust in the blink of an eye. The power of the air waves is self-evident. The entire city felt a slight shock here, and even the crisscrossing mountains were in fear. People on a busy street in the distance. Sensing the vibrations on the ground, he subconsciously looked around in confusion, looking at each other with a hint of surprise. Earthquake. But there was obviously no warning at all. Was it a mistake? The people at the Meteorological Bureau are really good. Good, wait a minute. Look, what is that? God! Several people exclaimed in surprise. Many civilians on the streets raised their heads, subconsciously looking at the distant sky. What caught their eyes was the terrifying arrow piercing the sky. The arrow stirred up layers of air waves along the flight path, and was installed on a mountain range in the suburbs. The momentum is as if it is about to destroy the stars, making people swallow their saliva. In an instant. Under the crushing arrow. The entire mountain range seemed to be shattered in an instant. When this blow from the myth reappeared, the faces of countless civilians were instantly filled with horror and shock. What on earth is this? Could they be dazzled? Is this really the real world? Boom! The mountains in the distance shook violently, cracked and collapsed. The entire mountain range was shaking violently, and the trees fell down one by one like rows of matches. The sky full of rocks, sand, and dust presents a hazy scene. Squeeze, soak, deform, crush. Chains of destruction. It turned into ruins all over the mountains and plains, and instantly turned into a cruel scene. No. Chapter 98. Chapter 99. The mountain collapsed. What was that arrow just now? It was like filming a movie. My God, it was too scary. Destroying the mountains with one blow, am I really not dreaming? The gods must be angry. Bah, bah, bah. We are already in modern society, where does the god come from? I think you don't understand. Even creatures like curse spirits exist. Maybe this is the work of those curse masters. Can a conjurer do such a thing? After all, he is just a human being. How could it be so terrifying? Sudden mountain collapse. Everyone in Tokyo who witnessed this scene with their own eyes was so frightened that they froze in place and could not calm down for a long time. After all, this is the first time they have met such terrifying power. Compared with this extremely terrifying power, the video released by the curse spirit on the screen is simply insignificant. If this blow hits the city, the impact it brings, it's not just as simple as dozens of people dying. In this case, the number of casualties would easily exceed tens of thousands. Even missiles cannot compare with the arrow just now. Terrible supernatural power. The network was also boiling. Someone specially called the surveillance camera and immediately uploaded the captured scene to the internet, causing an uproar in an instant. Many netizens are skeptical. Could it be a movie? How could there be such a thing in this world? Why don't you use it to fool people? I think it's fake too. Is this something a human can do? According to the levels divided by the official website, even a special level curse spirit will definitely not be able to do this kind of thing. If this were true, I would eat it. And these people are questioning. It was an unceremonious rebuttal from the people in Tokyo. Because they really witnessed it with their own eyes, they knew that what happened was absolutely real. Haha. I saw this scene with my own eyes. That's right. As long as you are in Tokyo, you can see it with your own eyes. If you don't believe me, you can go and see where the mountain is. That's right. The entire mountain collapsed into ruins. I estimate that this matter will be on the news soon, and then you will know that it must be true. About this for a while. The internet was also directly divided into two groups, arguing with each other. It was not until several big figures with national credibility presented evidence that public opinion began to favor the authenticity of this matter. But after the argument is true, more and more people began to focus on who could have done such a terrifying blow. If you are a powerful magician, of course it will be the best. But if it's a curse, then residents of Tokyo like them should consider the option of moving. At the same time, a large number of applications for overseas travel orders have overwhelmed the Aviation Bureau. Airline fares began to rise to astonishing levels in a short period of time. After all, this kind of power cannot even be matched by cluster missiles. What if it falls on their heads? That would be the end. At this time, and ordinary people who can't afford this part of the cost, they all quickly went to the official forum to ask frantically what the arrow in the video was about. Hey! Officials, stop pretending to be dead. Come out and explain. It's only been less than an hour. How could anyone announce the news so quickly? I guess it must have been done by a super-level spell master. Really? Is a super magician so powerful? That must be awesome. After all, according to the level, a super-level magician can easily defeat most super-level spell spirits. Indeed, according to the official introduction, time-level conjurers are monsters in the entire conjuring world. Now there are only a few left in the entire conjuring world. Haha. Then why can these super-level spell spirits cause such big trouble? It would be great if the super-level spell masters were really that powerful. Most ordinary people hope that this is what the magician does. After all, if there is such a powerful magician in Tokyo, then their safety is guaranteed. For countless entrepreneurs and chaebols living in Tokyo, this is also of particular concern to them. And during this time, Tokyo's top brass have been pretending to be dead. After all, even they were not prepared to face this situation. This comes from the mythical killing of 100 heads blow. Shocked. Not just the many civilians in Tokyo or even Neon. Even the official government held an emergency meeting. In the high-rise cabinet hall in Tokyo. The conference room in the main hall is spacious and bright. In the center of the conference room was a large wooden round table, headed by a weather-beaten old man with grey hair and a serious expression. And other members of parliament in suits. Many members swallowed their saliva, from time to time they looked up and looked at each other. Then he lowered his head and looked at his documents carefully. I didn't know what to do for a while. After all, from what they saw in that video, even if they were fools, they would understand, this must be something done by extraordinary power. But the power of this force is simply beyond imagination. Achpj, there was a tense atmosphere in the entire conference room. The leader of the old man coughed lightly, breaking the awkward deadlock. Ahem. Anyway, let's discuss it first. Should this matter be explained to the public in the future? It took a lot of effort to regain public credibility. There can't be any more surprises. Today's people already have a lot of doubts about the government because of the previous curse incident. Just in case something unexpected happens again because of this incident. So for them, all the original efforts will be in vain. And heard this? The congressmen held pens tightly in their hands and had no choice but to speak under pressure. This thing should not have been caused by the curse spirit. A congressman in a suit said hesitantly. According to the information collected so far, there is basically no curse spirit that can do such great damage. And if you really have this ability, why did the cursed spirit destroy a mountain range? A direct attack on the cabinet hall can wipe out their group in minutes and plunge the entire society into panic. This is nothing compared to kidnapping a big star and then killing him. Much more useful. Another middle-aged man nodded in agreement. Perhaps those in the magic world are more familiar with who caused this attack. Maybe it was Gojo Satoru. No, Gojo Satoru's information is basically on the surface. He doesn't have this type of attack. And the power is far from that strong these years. The contact between the government and the magic world also began to become closer and closer. A lot of information has also been collected about the abilities of conjurers. After all, they, the senior government officials, were also afraid of what would happen if they were unknowingly entangled by a curse. And the magician has the ability to kill people invisible. If they were targeted, wouldn't it mean that they wouldn't even know how they died? Hear the words. The pale old man at the head also narrowed his eyes. In other words, the person who performed this attack was stronger than Gojo today. Satoru doesn't want Yuan. This reminds me of a rumor in the magic world. Yuan, the 5th super-level magician in the past 10 years, was only recognized as a super-level after defeating Gojo Satoru. After hearing this sentence, several other people immediately reacted and spoke quickly. You mean, that Yuan is very likely to be the one who performed this attack? Really or not? I remember he is not very old, right? Yes. Since you are a conjurer, why did you do this? Isn't it just adding trouble to us? The current turmoil has not calmed down yet. This sudden incident made the whole world focus on their neon paper. And people's panic will further increase. Only more curse spirits will appear. I don't know, but things about the source are in the world of magic after all. Let the other side give a reasonable answer as soon as possible so that we can explain it to the public. This matter must be done as soon as possible. This must not be delayed any longer. The grey-haired old man said solemnly. That blow just now, from a purely dynamic perspective, it has far exceeded Gojo Satoru's current record. For Gojo Satoru, the #1 person in the world of magic today. Naturally, the government also has specialized intelligence analysis and so on. A set of plans has also been prepared. What should we do if Gojo Satoru degenerates into a curse master like the original Syayuja? But about this Yuan, it is completely unknown. More importantly, the blow just now was powerful enough to destroy an entire district instantly. If this blow fell on their heads, just thinking about it made the old man's heart tremble. So the old man quickly added a few words correct. Even if it is confirmed that it is Yuan, the announcement must not offend him. If you still want to live until retirement. Chapter 100. Abandoned Park. It should be said that it is an abandoned park from the past. Now all the steel equipment in the entire park has been destroyed and smashed. The huge crater in the ground with its cracks makes people shudder. Within a radius of several hundred meters or even 1,000 meters. Only one part is intact. This is where Yuan and Yotsuya Miko are. Hiss. The girl hiding behind Yuan looked at this scene timidly and couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Although she had seen the battle between Yuan and Sunyo. But the destructive power this time is obviously even more exaggerated than last time. Last time it was just to cut an abyss out of the forest. It brings visual shock to people. Although it is powerful, it is not clear how strong the slash is. But this time it's different. A huge mountain collapsed in front of her, and the vision it brought was much stronger 3 times. Amazing. Sure enough, I'm still far behind now. Yotsuya Mitsuko's eyes were full of brilliance. At this moment, Yuan was standing in front of her, and she couldn't help but be taken back to the scene at the Shanshen shrine in the past. Compared to that time, Mr. Yuan seems to have become much more powerful now. Bang! Suddenly, an unknown object fell from the air and hit the ground. After the thing rolled several times, it happened to roll to Yuan's feet. Yotsuya Miko looked at it curiously. His face suddenly turned pale. Eea! She subconsciously shrank behind Yuan. Because what comes into view is nothing else. Instead, there was only one head left of Luozuo. The area except for the neck was missing, and his face was covered with dust and scars. although he is recovering slowly under the influence of the surgery. But he was still embarrassed. Hey, Mr. Yuan. Rosso leaned at Yuan's feet, with a wry smile on his narrow face. My magic power is almost gone. Does this count as passing the test? Rosso said helplessly. In fact, he had no intention of taking this move from the beginning. Even the moment Yuan let go of the arrow, he immediately cut off his neck and let the curse spirit impact him and knock him away. But what he didn't expect was, I still underestimated the power of this move. Not only did it easily swallow up his attack, it was just the air wave that spread out. Let the curse spirit be crushed on the spot. Although his head was blown away, in order to protect himself from the air waves, he spent all the remaining magic power in just a few months. Well, just one head is enough to pass the level. Yuan raised his foot and stepped directly on Rosso's head, saying with a smile. He had no intention of killing Shuangsuo. The reason for doing this is just to teach the other party a lesson and test the power of his own demigod queen. It turns out, after obtaining the demigod godhead, even without the blessing of the law, the terrifying destructive power brought by the physical body alone has reached a completely different dimension. Since you survived, you are my subordinate from today on. Yuan said calmly. Although Rosso was stepped on, there was no dissatisfaction on his face. On the contrary, after hearing his assessment, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but smile. In his opinion, the strong have the right to humiliate the weak. The humiliation I suffered was nothing at all. Okay, let me recover your body first. After Yuan finished tapping the thief's rope, he casually took out the regeneration potion that he had signed in from his own king's treasure. To him, this thing works. Whether it's the built-in regeneration ability or the elixir in the king's treasure, the effect is much stronger than this regeneration potion. Might as well find a chance to use it. Bo. After Yuan uncorked the bottle, he let go of Rosso's head and sprinkled the potion directly on the other person's head. Soon, under the influence of the strong vitality emerald green liquid, Rosso's body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it didn't take long for his limbs and body to grow back. Even the clothes on his body were casually passed by Yuan. Easily restore it. Rosso noticed the changes in his body and was extremely surprised. He couldn't analyze the ingredients in this bottle of potion at all. It was like levels from different dimensions. If the power behind Yuan Jun, if such a potion can be mass-produced, there is no doubt that it is the most powerful organization hidden behind the world. Rosso quickly got up from the ground. He patted the dust on his shoulders, with the same smile on his face. Lord, if you have any command, please do so. In addition, I also prepared a thank you gift. Rosso changed his title and his tone was extremely respectful. He glanced at Yotsuya Maiko calmly. Yuan nodded and said calmly. Let's talk about the gift later. It's almost time to go back now. I haven't eaten dinner yet. Please send the gifts to my room later. He naturally knew what gift Luosuo wanted to give. There was also a slight expectation in my heart. After all, he currently prioritizes receiving information about the future world line. Basically, it was all knowledge related to mystery. As for the fate of ordinary people, he didn't have time to read so much. Say it. Yuan turned around and left. Yotsuya Maiko kept up with the young man's pace. When his eyes fell on the handsome and tall figure in front of him, he pursed his lips and said, I took out my cell phone and sent a message asking for leave to my family. Said she was going to spend the night at Yuan's house. This time, my mother quickly responded and agreed. By the way, let her protect herself. The earth was shaking not long ago, and just looking at it would scare people to death. Humph. The corners of Yotsugamiko's mouth turned up slightly. If my mother knew that the blow just now was delivered by Yuan, I don't know how shocked she would be. Yes. Rosso quickly agreed and left the place. When the crowds of people swarmed over and saw in their eyes, only this ruins were left. School of Magic. People such as Iru Glass, Nokshu Masamichi, Raku Anji Yoshinobu, and Diva and others all gathered in the conference room at this time. Especially Nokshu Jendeo and Lian Temple Kashin. Both of them frowned at this time, their expressions solemn. 0138031009 Fila 19339345 Damn. Can't you just calm down for a little while? Atsushi Kusakabe held his forehead with one hand. His face was full of helplessness. In fact, several other people had similar thoughts. Well, it's basically confirmed that Yuan did it. After all, apart from him, there is probably no one in the world who can issue such a terrifying and powerful attack. Noxua Jendeo took a deep breath of air and said in a deep voice. To be honest, you can tell just from the video that the power of that blow has exceeded the limit of the magician. An attack like this that can easily destroy mountains with one strike. 0, please give me flowers. Even Gojo Satoru is far from capable. How about we reveal Yuan's identity? The singer asked hesitantly. No. We still don't know Yuan's attitude. Even if we want to announce it, at least we have to test it. Otherwise, I might make him unhappy. Then the gain outweighs the loss. Noxua Jendeo decisively refused without hesitation. He doesn't want to lose everything just by making one mistake. The strength that Yuan has shown so far, even if all the special level team members are added together, there is no way he can be his opponent. Not to mention the other person's back. I'm afraid there is another very powerful organization. Just thinking about this is enough to make people suffocate. If Yuan is provoked, the entire magic world will be destroyed. But we cannot remain silent. The phenomenon caused by the subsequent impact of this time will probably be no worse than we originally expected. There must be a general explanation to the public as soon as possible. Lian Temple Jiashan looked at a few people and said seriously. However, at this moment, he glanced around and his brows suddenly furrowed. 0 Masamichi, where did that guy Gojo Satoru go? As the most powerful face in the magic world today. Although far inferior to Yuan, he is undoubtedly the number one in the field of spell power, and his status is very important. You don't even come to attend a meeting of this level. Heard asking. Noxua Jendeo's face was even more helpless. That kid, what he just said on the phone is that he wants to see the destroyed mountain range. Just hung up the phone on me. Furthermore, his tone is quite excited. It is estimated that it will be impossible for him to come to the meeting in a short period of time. Since last time Yuan exposed the mythical weapon aspect, Gojo Satoru became more and more attracted to Yuan. No matter what happened, he will never miss anything about Yuan. After hearing this, a serial number appeared on the heads of Lian Temple Jiashen and Ansongji. That BD. Damn it. He still disappears from such a meeting. He thinks he is a little kid who ran away from home. Ansongji said angrily. He raised his fist and hit the table hard. There was no good solution for a while. When several people were silent. At this time, the family member who has never spoken has never spoken. At this time, she lazily held a cigarette for herself, took out a lighter, lit it and took a puff. Hey, that's it. How about just setting that one to be the strongest? The strongest being in the entire world of magic, but without taking the initiative to reveal his identity, wouldn't it be the best of both worlds? Irie Glass said in a calm tone. Anyway, if you have the ability, it is not difficult to find Yuan. But as long as their high school didn't take the initiative to expose it, the blame for this matter should not be thrown off their heads. After all, at least in name, Yuan is indeed known as a super magician. After thinking about it, several other people also felt that this was a good idea. Noxua Jendeo made a decisive decision immediately. Okay, just do as you said. Leave the rest to the government and I believe they will take care of it. P.S. Please vote for me. Please give me a review. Please subscribe. I'll save my manuscript tonight, and I'll make more than 100 million. Tomorrow. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you are notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.